log out,
Mm-hmm.
and I gotta log in as the old me.
Wow.
Okay, boss, try it again.
All right, I'll try it
Oh
again.
wait, let me go live chess again. Okay, now
I
try.
see. I see. I invite you to my analysis board that's called U.S. Champs.
Nice. Okay. Here.
Yeah. Today we're going to find out who the 2022 U.S. champion is.
That's right, dude.
So it's a big day for Fabi. And, normal tournament day for everybody else, maybe.
Oh, well, think about it this way. This is Ray Robson said it was one of his 3 goals in life was to win the U.S. championship.
Mm-hmm.
And it's possible. He's got a chance.
Yeah. Do you know his other 2 goals?
Yeah, he wanted to play on the U.S. Olympia team and like either win or just play on it.
Okay.
And then the other one was 2,700. So this would be the 3 out of 3.
Wow.
And then he's done.
He'll have
Nothing
to
else left in life.
he'll have to do a session and pick some other raison de vivre.
Raison de vivre. That's right.
So we're about a minute or 2 before moves, in theory, should be coming in, everybody. But we have some kind of strange aberration here in the broadcast in the lower right-hand corner. Wesley So and Sam Sevian showing 1 D3 and then a 20-minute thing from Sam. I doubt that is happening.
You know, when we did day before yesterday, it was also really weird. Like like one game started and the other ones didn't. Oh, this would be my moment, David. Okay, here we go. Let me use this time. Because it might be a couple minutes still.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna run to you. I'm gonna read to you some feedback to the Dojo training program that people have submitted. All right. You ready, boss? You ready? All right.
Ask me anything, Jesse.
Just your intuitive response. This is what dude says.
Yeah.
I think there should be an element of cumulative required knowledge as rating bands increase. For example, I didn't know SHIT about endgames and started at the Capablanca book. Probably would have been better as some of the Silman stuff. Not that I'm not enjoying the Capablanca book.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what he's saying, right, is he gets into the cohort, we throw the Capablanca book at him, and he's saying, oh, I should have had some more basic stuff before I even got to here.
Yeah. That makes sense. We could create... I mean, we have some of these things where you can see like the whole list of everything that's come before. Like you can see all the positions that came before, or you can see all the books that have been read before, like all the levels before you, right? Like that sort of stuff is listed out.
Mm-hmm.
So we could have but it would be logical to have a step early on in your training program. One of the first couple steps could be like glance over previous bands materials and see if there's anything where you think you might need to catch up, right? So it could like direct you, like here's a link to the positions that people have practiced. Here's a link to the endgame books that they've read. Here's a link to the tactics books they've read. And then if you felt like there was something that you didn't have, you could go back and work on it.
Here, I'll tell it as a funny story. So I think what he's saying, though, is of course people can do it of their own volition, but they want to be told what to do.
Right. That's why I'm saying we'd put it in.
Right.
There's welcome to the training plan, but somewhere around step 3 or something of the training plan could be something that says review this list of stuff done in the previous bands, and if there's something where you think there's like that you're missing, now you could go back and do it, or at least you're advised that you've missed it.
So let me tell you, the funny story is I was at a tournament weekend before last, and backstory first, and then we're going to get to the games. Twitter about a year ago threw a fit about how learning the bishop and knight ending was meaningless and dumb. Mm-hmm. And there were like respected names saying it wasn't something you should do. And I was shocked. I was just shocked. Then And then that weekend, there was a 2100 was beating down a FIDE master and could not convert the bishop and knight endgame. 15 move rule, buddy. Draw. And so it was like, oh, that's embarrassing. And anyway, so to this guy's point, though, right? Let's imagine you come to the program and you're rated 2000, and you don't know the bishop and knight ending. Then all of a sudden, the program is like you're missing out because that was something you were supposed to have done before.
Right.
So it's almost like there should be base requirements that we should, especially for the ending, we should say that all of the previous endings up to that point need to be done cold, right?
Before we let you into the band, or you're in the band, but we're telling you what you're missing?
So I think this is a great criticism. So especially for the ending, not the other stuff, but the algorithms, not necessarily the positional endings, but the algorithms need to all, like, you have to do all of them, you know? So not just the one of that band, but all of the previous ones.
Sure. I agree. I agree that this makes more sense with the algorithms and the positional things to really say, hey, like, check this, make sure you know these, right? But I don't think we should not let someone into the training program, right?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, when they get to the scoreboard, right, what it's going to, and when they go to the site, then it will say, dude, you got to do all of these on your checklist of things to do are all the previous endgame algorithms.
Mm-hmm.
That way we don't have that bishop and knight problem.
Yeah.
Isn't a great example.
That makes sense. And also, by the way, I mean, the reason to do the bishop and knight mate is not for that one case where it comes up and you can't do it. The reason to do it is so you know how to move your bishop and knight, and so you know how to corral a king. So, I mean, it's funny that game came up that week, but that game actually has nothing to do with the reason for learning the bishop and knight mate. It's not actually in order to checkmate with the bishop and knight.
I think you should. I think it's two reasons. I'm totally behind what you're saying. There's deeper things you're learning with the bishop and knight mate, but buddy, you better be able to also do it, man.
Well, yeah, you should definitely know how to do it. Otherwise, how are you playing any of your end games, right? Like, good luck.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go. Okay, I have more things to read to you, but let's go to the games and we'll check it out.
Yeah, so I'm obviously starting off with the top-down bird's eye view, and moves are starting to come in. We can't yet tell what everybody's going to be doing.
Here, I'll just make a quick comment on a game that strikes me right away.
Yeah,
check this out. So, a Wonder Liang has been picking and choosing his openings. Now, notice, in the dojo, we got this big old debate about openings. And people are like, oh, I need to learn this and that. A Wonder is just like, no, I don't need to learn openings. I'm just going to prepare against a specific opponent with a specific line. And here, Neiman, as you remember, had that incredible, weird French game against Zhang. Mm-hmm. And clearly now, a Wonder Liang, not normally a French player, is saying, oh, you know what? I have delved into that line and figured something out, right? That'll be tricky, right? This is what he's been doing all tournament long.
Yeah.
And now Neiman's thinking about it. Rightly so. Be like, when he plays Queen E2, he's like, I don't want to mess with that. So a Wonder wins again, dude. A Wonder wins again in the battle of the openings.
That's bizarre. And a Wonder played the French against Robson 2 rounds ago, right? So Neiman shouldn't be shocked by this first move here, right? The guy played it 2 rounds ago, and the guy could have seen your game with Xiang.
Well, I mean, but a Wonder's been doing everything. Imagine his game against, remember his game against Fabi where he played the wrong Petrov?
Yep.
Somehow survived that thing.
Yeah.
By the way, I came up with a nice novelty, I thought, against Queen E2. It's no longer a novelty because I played it in the U.S. Championship years ago. Now, there's nothing wrong with C5, of course, and this will transpose into like a Queen E2 Sicilian business.
Which doesn't exist. There is no queen e2 against this.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Because let's imagine the game went e4, c5, knight f3, e6, and then queen e2 is a move. Right? In any case, e4, e6, queen e2. The issue for black is d5, and you're a little bit upset by ed, queen d5. Now, that position's also equal, but if you want a nice game, you go e4, e6, queen e2, then knight f6. You're not afraid of e5, and then if he doesn't play e5, you're just playing d5 next. Yeah, and so now what we transpose to is this queen e2, king's e8 attack against the French, which is interesting. It's an old school variation.
Sure. I mean, I think if black wants to exploit this move order with the queen on e2, then doing something that shakes things out of a normal king's Indian attack is the best idea. If you just play, d6, bishop e7, knight f6, and white goes g3, bishop g2, castles d3, then at least all the white moves, fit together. So you want to mess with white. I absolutely like the idea of playing knight f6 and then d5.
Yeah. So then the other two games, I guess we're going to have to say, maybe we should pick one game at a certain point.
Right.
But we got Ray going for the gold. So let's be clear about this. Yeah. Bobby is a half point ahead. And Ray, so if Ray wins and Fabi draws, then it will be a tie for first place.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it looks like Fabi is just very comfortable with letting this thing become a draw.
Yes.
Because this variation, dude, this one's been well known, and Levon has played it 1,000 times. I mean, maybe Fabi's got some kind of tricky trick, but yeah, I think black's just fundamentally fine.
Yeah.
And Levon has seen it 1,000 times. He's moving quickly.
I mean, they've played games here like queen f3, knight f3, knight c7, rook e8, knight e8, and then, draw agreed. They can't agree to draws here, so they'll have to find a way to move back and forth. But yeah, I mean, I don't think this looks like anyone's trying to win. So I think Robson versus Xiong is the game to watch for sure. Yeah. And it's a Queen's Gambit accepted, which should have some juice to it.
Well, and here's a very interesting position. Here I played DC many times to get that endgame variation. Mm-hmm. It's a funny position because first of all, the computer likes it. It's definitely a small nagging yank, but mistakes will be made, and anything can still happen once you play DC. Mm-hmm. Let's go to your analysis board. How about I'll bring up that? Oh,
sure.
Kick me, I think. Hold on. Can you invite me again, boss? It kicked me.
Oh yeah.
It gets upset. Chess.com gets upset if I have an analysis board and then I'm also looking at something. It gets upset. So, live chess. You might have to kick me and then invite me again. It's very confusing. You played B3. Oh no.
Yeah.
There it is. Accept the mundo. All right, I'll load the PGN for us. B3, I'm gonna call a weird move.
No, it's the Queen's Gambit accepted. It's not even a Gambit Rangao. There's no reason to get excited just yet, other than the fact that it's the last round of the U.S. Championships, and if Ray Robson won today, that would be pretty shocking story.
I don't think it would be. First of all, overall, yeah. So if he won today, it wouldn't be shocking. But if he tied for first of the U.S. Championship, that would be kind of shocking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I assume there'll be some kind of tiebreak, right? I don't even know if he wins. And
yeah, Ray would have to win in order to tie for first after Fabi and Aronian draw. And you can see they even found a way to trade the queens, Fabi and Aronian. That game is dead. Is dead. They could try to get their clocks up to like an hour and 50 minutes by moving their kings around in circles really fast.
I think they're also bros, and whatever.
Yeah.
Just an easy way to
Oh,
go.
Dominguez and Shanklin beat them to the finish line, Jesse.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Look at that.
People are exhausted in the middle of the table, dude. They're
Yeah. Um. Yeah. Wow. Dominguez just giving Shanklin that half a rating point for free just to get out of there.
Time to go home. By the Fabi and Aronian, time to go home.
Yeah.
Go home. I think you know, it's definitely a safe move. Trying to be safe on Fabi's part, but if it goes to tie breaks, Fabi is not great on rapid time controls, my friend.
He's
not.
okay at it.
No, if you look at like the list, he's like in the world, he's usually around. He's used to be around 3 to 5, or 2 to 5 in the world in normal chess, and then blitz chess, he's like way down there.
But he's raised that up recently, I think.
Okay.
Look at the current world blitz ratings. He's number 3 after Naka and Faruja, ahead of Carlsen.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. He's repaired that a bit, and he's improved. He's improved his speed chess in the last year or two. It's fairly recent, but he really cranked it up a notch.
Well, how about this, Dave? Why don't you pull up our analysis board? We'll talk about this position.
Okay, the Robson versus Xiong.
Yeah.
All right. Before we go into that, I like to just like glance on all the boards and just give like a take on what's happening. So, and just if there's any thoughts I have about who got the opening they wanted or didn't want, etc. So, like Dariush against Chris Yu. Looks like Chris is playing a pretty mainstream Rui Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Neo Archangelsk, but I'm not sure on the nomenclature, because like if somebody asked me what's the difference between the Archangel and the Archangelsk, or the Neo Archangelsk, or the modern Archangelsk.
The Archangel was just like a English way of saying Archangelsk.
Yeah. So I mean I couldn't tell you what's what, but definitely this is an opening that's played, so I would guess that Dariush and Christopher would both have some idea what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And then Neiman versus Liang. A Wonder just played this move e6, e5.
We're going to call that weird. We're going to call that weird.
I mean, that move you can already play on move 2 after queen e2, right?
No, because it began e4, e6.
Right. And then queen e2, you can play e5 if you want.
Oh, I guess if you really wanted to be a jerk, yeah.
Yeah, you just say, like, okay, queen e2. I mean, you almost want to play queen d1, right? Like, so...
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this e5 move. Mm-mm.
Yeah, okay. I've seen it before, but it looks like Liang is kind of... Well, it looks like both of them are kind of spitballing here. So I guess the question would be, do you have any feeling about which of them is in better form at this point in the tournament? I think that Liang is at +2 going into this round. Mm-hmm. And Neiman at +1. Neiman coming off a string of wins, and I wonder hasn't lost since round 1 or 2 against Elshon. And then he's like done well against everybody else.
It's funny, like, okay, so I was doing the commentary 2019, before the pandemic hit, of the junior tournament. And I got to say, 2019, A Wonder was so much better than Neiman. So much better. He was about 25-50 then. Mm-hmm. And really talented. I think he's, Wonder's got different things going on in his life. But anyways, I bring it up because this is part of the weirdness of me, because there's so many other kids that seem more talented than he is. In any case, A Wonder's been playing great. Neiman won that bizarre game, dude, with Sevian yesterday. Sevian might have been losing his mind, dude. I don't know. No one understands. That was one of the weirdest episodes. I don't think there'll ever be a full explanation of what happened with Sevian's mind. It like cracked. Certain level, his mind just cracked, dude.
Yeah.
Just totally cracked.
I mean, it can be said that going into that round, Sevian still had an outside chance at the U.S. Championships.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, had he won that game with White, he would have gone into this round tied with Robson. So he definitely had a lot to play for. And that game went badly for him, right? I mean, throughout it was kind of going badly. So there may have been some snapping in there. But Niemann's last couple games have looked really good, right?
Yeah.
Some powerful end game wins. He's won 3 games in a row. Fairly powerfully. So I would feel like Niemann at his best is more or less an unstoppable force, and despite Liang's great form so far this tournament, I would be terrified to face Hans right now.
That's funny. He'd be like the one player. I'd be like, I'm going to beat this guy. So let me just say, in terms of form, somebody who plays E5 there, that doesn't look like form to me. That's just a bad move, man. It's just a bad move. That's just a bad move. Now, he's not lost or anything, but I don't know.
I mean, I don't think the move is so bad. It's logically trying to prevent White from playing E4, E5 at some point, which is the point of Queen E2. So
I think one of the hilarious things is on E4, E6, Queen E2, E5 there would be better than E5 now because E5 makes no sense in conjunction with E5.
Right. I agree with you, Jesse. That's why I was referring to you could play E5 on move 2. That's something I'm more familiar with as an idea, which I think is quite logical. If you're looking for something around move 2 or 3 to take White out of their King's Indian attacking dreams, you just play E5 on move 2 and now double king pawn with the queen on E2 so they can try and do something weird with the queen, or they can just play G3, bishop G2, and that's sort of lame, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know. My instinct is that a Wonder's going to come under pressure this game. What do you think of Morad Yabadi and Lenderman? You think these two have some fight in them for this round?
Oh, Lenderman wants to win. Elshon just wants to go home, boss.
Okay.
He's done. That guy wants to go home.
So someone who wants to win and someone who wants to go home.
That's right, man.
Well, that's always a great opportunity for the person who doesn't want to go home, right? To get paired with somebody who does.
That's right. Yeah. So that, I guess let me look at the standings. Actually, I haven't looked at the bottom of the table. So, yeah, Elshon was last place, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And Lenderman, those guys at the bottom of the barrel right now.
Now, Lenderman usually is somebody who will play 100 moves, right, Jesse? I mean, he's a grinder.
Oh yeah, that guy's a fighter, man. No, he'll play on. He doesn't care. Gotta say, just looking at the table, that besides the bottom is like exactly as you might have predicted with Lenderman, you, and Elshon.
Yeah.
Right. And yeah, and I guess the other surprise looking at it is Wesley. Wesley got knocked. Wesley got knocked.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we want to already talk about, summaries of how people's tournaments went, I think Aronion's tournament was a little bit worse than Wesley's, right? Of the favorites, I would say Aronion's result was definitely the worst, right? Like I think Wesley's result just kind of reveals some growing parity, Like, you point out that the bottom 3 could be expected, but I think one of the things we've seen is that everybody else is maybe a little closer to Xiang, and is maybe a little closer now to So and Aronian and the big guns than they were before. So it's harder for them to get a big plus score in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Also, got to say about Aronian, dude, he turned 40. He turned 40, man, and so, oh buddy, and he's been dropping it. So we're gonna see how long the guy. It's been already a miracle that he's held on as long as he could, but we might be witnessing the end, the slow decline.
This year's been tough for him. This year, I mean, there are other players who've made it past 40, but usually there's some like reinvention that goes on, right? Like a drop and then some change, some stabilization of some kind.
It's been very, I mean, really, in recent memory, it's just a non, dude. It's just a non. The other guys who are over 40 don't play that much, like Svidler and Topalov.
Yeah. They
So
kind
it's
of pick their spots, but they can still play. But like for example, okay, Vallejo Pons from Spain.
He just turned 40, yeah.
He turned 40 as well this year, and he's pretty much at his highest rating ever right now.
Yeah.
And he was under 2,700, right? Like he dipped a bit in the late 30s, and he came back over 2,700, I think, in the last year.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see. There's probably some kind of adjustment to make.
Aronian's dropped to number 17 in the world. He was always top 10 for decades.
Yeah.
Plural. And Anand is also picking his spots. He's just not playing that much.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that can be useful for energy, right? You feel that like if you were trying to professionally play chess, you'd be better off picking your spots more carefully, taking some buys, finding some one-round-a-dayers.
Well, also, if you're in Anand's place, just be like, well, I'll stay in the active list. I'll play like one game a year.
Yeah.
I won't drop that fast.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't even drop. I think he gained points this year. Anand.
He's 753. He's dropping a little bit.
He had a good year. He played a couple tournaments and he did well in them.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we've got Wesley So versus Sam Sevian. And interesting what those two might be fighting for here. Wesley has shown some desire to salvage his score in the second half of this tournament, right? He hasn't just been trying to ride it out. You could say Aronian looked like he was mostly trying to ride it out and minimize the damage, but Wesley has been kind of in salvaging mode, it's looked like to me as an observer.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got this position here against Sevian. Obviously, they could just trade all the rooks on the D file, right? But with this last move, Bishop D2, I don't know. Maybe Wesley's going to try and make long grind.
Right. So if he got one extra, so Black needs a good move here, and if he gets one good move, White could play E4, then he would be obviously better because the knight on F6 would have problems. So Black needs a good move right now to fix his knight, and we can argue that White's king is better too. So maybe we can say that White has a very small something. I know most GMs would just call this equal. It would probably be right.
I think so, because it doesn't seem that hard to come up with a move like knight d7 to either b6 or e5. And I mean, there's not really something you can point it in Black's position and be like, "Ooh, dude, that's a real weakness. That's a real drag."
Well, I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on this game because I want to go to the main one. But like, let's say knight d7, maybe bishop e3. Maybe I play bishop e3 there.
Right.
Maybe I'm right.
And then knight b6, knight a5 or something.
Knight a5 would be the intention, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, you could try and bother Black a little bit with that. I agree.
The other move for Black would be knight d5, e4, knight b6. Not the thought too. To the c4. Yeah. But even then too, you could play knight a5, and I'm talking to you a little bit. So yeah, right. Black definitely has. It should be equal, but he's giving him a little talking to. He's just talking to him a little bit. It's nothing personal at this point.
The other thing you can do is knight d7. I said it had two directions, right? So like knight d7, bishop e3. You could go knight e5.
Again, knight a5 in that position.
Yeah. And then you're looking at rook d1, rook d1, rook d8. It's a little calculation, but I think...
Okay, maybe, yeah.
I think I don't hang my pawn.
That's clever, yeah. But even there, I go rook b1, and I'm asking you questions.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep asking. Okay, so now let's go to the critical game for the round. It's not kicking off with a position that thrills me, but maybe that'll be a great chance for me to learn something. So we're going to go to Robson versus Xiong. We'll try like this. Okay. That seems looking solid. And then let's put this on top of it. And yeah.
So should I bring in the PGN? Is that what I need to do?
You can, or we can start talking here from this position with B3 and sort of add the moves to it as we go here. Do you have any special knowledge about this B3 variation?
Let's say, okay, this is my knowledge. So back in the day, well, there's several moves that have been played here. The most common were first queen e2 and a4. Big Mick played a4 a bunch. a4 is obviously stopping b5, but you give black the b4 square. Queen e2 is loads of theory.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then this DC move was something that Kramnik invented, that I played a bunch. And something I've seen Robson do a lot as white is play a slightly offbeat move like b3, where he's saying basically, okay, look, I'm not necessarily trying for an advantage, but now I get an interesting position. Right? And one thing about the b3 is there's a variety of positions where it makes sense in the DC queen trade lines to play b3. And so the intention, we're going to see this in the game, is when he takes, knight takes, I believe it went bishop d7, bishop b2 like this. Eventually, we're going to play something. We're going to have to move the bishop back, by the way. The bishop on c4 does not belong there, so he's going to have to owe some time. And then with the bishop on b2 is going to try to say that by talking to the e5 square and that diagonal, maybe I got a little bit of something. A further bummer about b3, though, is we blocked our own queen. So we bring the bishop back to e2, then it's going to be like, well, boss, where are we going to put our queen? You know?
Yeah, not the C file. Not the C file, folks.
No, yeah, don't put it on the C file.
Put a big red no on C2.
So, yeah, this is the way the game went. Very natural. So I think it went bishop e7, knight d2, knight c6, and then no trade for you. Now, let's say something about this no trade business. The knight on c6 is blocking the bishop on d7, so we'd rather not trade the thing. It's obviously a tempo that we're giving up. And if we're gonna say anything, it's like, well, black's a little bit jammed with his bishop on d7, and his queen also has a little bit of grief. Because later, if it wants to go to these squares, b6, a5, well, maybe my knight will appear on c4.
Right. So this bishop will drop back. There'll be this fairly main idea from white to play knight c4, whether or not you played queen b6 or queen a5, right? Knight c4 will be a pretty main idea. And then your main option to stop that is b5, which Jeffrey has already just played. Then normally white's going to play a4 and see if any squares open up on the queen side.
Right. I'll just tell a funny story about the old GM house. So I was playing that DC5 variation where you get some positions like this, and I would argue with like Vinay and Josh about maybe having a small edge or something, and they'd be like, it's equal, man, it's equal.
Yeah.
Anyways, this feels very equal, and it's hard to imagine like why we would claim that white's better here.
So you can't
Maybe,
remember what you used to think back then?
well, I can, but with the queens off, there was at least some ideas. There was some arguments for why white was better. Here, it's just like, oh man, why should we be better? Furthermore, after a move like, let's say we play a4, black probably just plays queen b6 and says, I'll develop, and my queen has a square. And buddy, where is your queen
Oh
gonna
my
go?
goodness, that would be quite a message to send white. Yeah, where
Uh,
is Ray going at that point? It's not a lot of real estate.
this is hard. This is a hard, especially if you're playing for a win here. He
Yeah.
needs an idea, and it's not like e4 is maybe, but it's controversial because, well, you're creating a weakness. But maybe e4 is what you kind of the thing you kind of want to do. I don't know.
Ray, by the way, has just played Rook C1 here without testing A4 at all.
Hmm. Okay, and one cool idea with Rook C1 could be that we have the ready ideas of Rook C2 and Queen A1 or Queen C2,
Okay.
Queen B. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook C2 is not going to work because of Knight B4, but it's a
Generally
very
not,
smart
yeah.
idea that you just did. So yeah, guys, that's a ready idea from back in the day. Put the queen on A1 and say that we got a little something, something.
If
I like that move a lot. I like that move a lot. Yeah.
if Jeffrey wants to prevent it, Rook C8 seems to prevent Queen C2.
Yeah. And maybe then we'll play Rook C2.
Right. Then you could maybe play Rook C2.
It's a very simple plan. I like it. I like it as a plan. And by the way, White can claim he's up a tempo. Now, in Bruce's language, he would say half a tempo. Why he breaks tempos up into halves, no one knows. No
No,
one
I
knows.
think you're the last person in the chess dojo who doesn't know why. It's because of this, Jesse. In this position, White has one more development move. But every time Black's the last one who's moved, the development moves are equal. And every time White has made the last move, White has an extra move. So basically, what we're seeing is that on average, over a period of 10 moves or 20 moves, White has half a move extra.
That's the most absurd thing I've
Because
ever heard.
half the time White's ahead by one move, and half the time the moves are equal.
That is ridiculous.
You know what would be ridiculous? If I did a video where I explained the concept to my 4-year-old and he gets it,
Uh,
and then I'll send that video to you.
okay.
Definitely my 7-year-old would get it.
I think I would feel a little bit uncomfortable here as Black, and I would want to have now an idea of how to play against Rook C1.
Every time I have no idea, I'm uncomfortable too. But I've got one idea here. Rook C8 to stop the queen from getting where she wants to go. So I think we could already do our first analysis variation. We could calculate this Knight B4 move here.
All right, so let's go Rook C2, Knight B4.
Now, note to Benny, maybe this could be your chance to reposition the bishop, but David has something concrete that he wants to
By the way, I mean,
investigate.
it's totally reasonable to try to repurpose the bishop.
Yeah. Is that the kind of thing that you would put in a note to Benny, or did I use that wrong?
Who do a note to Benny, man? Benny likes to talk to you.
Yeah.
Honestly, this looks just fine for Black, doesn't it? All right, so let's look at Rook C8 for a second. Just try to imagine. Do we have anything more elegant than Rook C2? Because Rook C2 is a highfalutin move. And one of the reasons, let's just say, that the knight wants to go to B4 is that our bishop on D7, who is jammed, can do something like go to the long diagonal himself.
Yeah. I mean, this move's even more highfalutin than Rook C2, but you could play A3 to prepare Rook C2.
Yeah, and maybe that's what we're going to see, too.
If we got to play like Rook C2, Queen A1, Rook FC1, Would that start to bother black?
A little bit, yeah. Because then it's uncomfortable because the knight on f6 has trouble moving.
Mm-hmm. Rook c8 played, by the way.
Okay, good. We're on target here. So, right, here's our position. Okay, let's talk, dude. So, I'm assuming Ray saw that Rook c8 was the most plausible move. You could also just play Rook c1 and say, well, that's got to be reasonable enough. Mm-hmm. But right, is there a way for us to improve our position?
I've thought of a way. It's pretty pianissimo, Jesse.
You got some pianissimo?
Got something pretty pianissimo. The idea is to play knight g5. And then, the main string to the bow is to just play knight g to e4. Mm-hmm. And consider landing that knight on d6 or c5 at some point. The other little thing is that you could move the bishop from e2 to f3, which could in some cases be a small improvement for that bishop. There's this bishop b7 thing that black has to look out for in some simplified positions. And we might fashion a square on e2 for our queen while we're at it.
Okay. No, definitely pianissimo. No question.
Yeah. But it does a little bit of everything. If it's a game of millimeters, then...
One question, too, about any kind of move, but like knight g5, by the way, is black just getting the jump on the development game with queen a5?
Mm-hmm.
In addition to just slapping the pawn on a2, we have rook fd8 coming and bishop e8 if we need to.
Right. Which means that even if for some reason there were a move that made queen a5 less good, even queen b6 is an obvious next move for black with rook fd8.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And these moves, they look much more straightforward than the pianissimo knight g5, bishop f3, queen e2.
All right, David, I'm going to try to defend white's honor. Your knight g5 maybe, but we'd have to have an idea after queen a5, right? Yeah. So I'm going to do this sad sack move a3.
Whew. Yeah. For the record, I suggested that move even before knight g5.
I mean, a3, man, that's some pianissimo.
Yeah.
That's a pianissimo.
Yeah.
Anyway, the idea is I want to play rook c2, and if you play queen a5, then I'm going to switch my plan to play b4 and knight b3.
Yeah. I'm not gonna wave a flag at you to do this knight b3 plan.
All right, so here we go, rook c2.
Right.
I'm going to just show something quickly while you're thinking about that. Mm-hmm. One fanciness would be knight e4, but unfortunately for black, I think it's unfortunate. Actually, we better check it. So pop,
mm-hmm.
pop.
That's not very pianissimo.
I'm sorry I violated the rules of the pianissimo.
Yeah. The rules of engagement have been completely changed here.
I don't even know if it works, by the way, because some rook c2 might hit me. But anyway,
yeah, I found there's a little point of interest here. Point of interest.
This one I don't think you want though, because I go. That's crazy, actually.
Yeah.
Because imagine this: if let's say I sack it like a madman, I can't move my bishop anywhere. I guess I could protect it. I'm down the exchange. Oh, that's not good. How did I lose the exchange? Okay, because I took the knight. So my pianissimo got Bean or whatever you want to say about it. But wait a second. Let's not resign quite yet. So let's say.
By the way, A3 and Queen B6 have been played in the actual game, Jesse.
We're pretty. Welcome to the dojo.
You might be able to make it to the U.S. Championships one day still. Forget about the U.S. Senior Championships. You belong.
95. I mean, there's all kinds of problems here for me, but like Rook F8 or something.
Yeah, one of the problems here is Knight D6. I checked Knight E5 first. I didn't consider your Bishop G7 move, but I think all this stuff here is going to convince.
Yeah. Okay. So we got the game on the board. It's A3 Queen B6, and now White needs an idea, and Knight E4 would be some very fancy pants stuff. Let's go now. Yeah. Pianissimo.
Yeah, I think the players need to stay within the pianissimo lane. That's what we just learned from Knight E4. You know?
How about this? Let's go extra pianissimo. Rook FD8.
Yeah, Queen A1.
And by the way, Queen B1 might not be totally dumb either.
Perfectly fine as well. Very, very slow way of playing for Queen H7 checkmate, but I would go with A1 first.
Let's go A1. And White can at least make an argument that he's better.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Bishop D3 has been played.
Trying to get a spot for his queen.
It's like he just waited an extra move with Rook C1 or A3 to cover the fact that he played Bishop C4 to E2 and immediately regretted it. Okay. Like, oh yeah, that should have been D3.
Let's talk about what Bishop D3 heralds, if I can use that word.
Yeah.
It heralds that White wants Queen E2, E4, E5. That's what it heralds.
Okay.
And Black has a variety of ways to play now.
Mm-hmm.
If I was just playing Blitz, I'd play Rook FD8, Bishop E8.
Yeah.
You know?
We could propose a bunch of synonyms for it heralds it. We could say it umbrages.
Umbrages? No, it doesn't umbrage. There's no umbraging.
A future space gain. All right, Bishop D3. So Rook FD8, Queen E2.
Now again, I want to stress, Rook FD8, there's many moves that Black could do here. So in particular, at some point, you could just play Knight D5 and Bishop F6. Thank you very much. And after Knight D5, you're no longer worried about E4 because White can't allow Knight F4. Right? So Knight D5. Knight D5 also followed by F6. Not dumb. Not dumb. Now here, for example, let's put the easy moves on the board. Let's just imagine this happens. Now, David, can White claim an advantage here just in terms of central control? Like, even if he doesn't play E5, can he now claim an advantage in this position?
My instinct is that Black is properly placed here, but
yeah,
I'm not confident.
I mean, even here, Knight D7 or something, right? Why do we got a problem? Why on earth would we have a problem here? And if you do nothing, I'll probably play F6.
The bishop on E8 is well placed to play F6.
Yeah.
So
I guess this would be
no problem with that
response. Oh, okay. Maybe White can claim a little something. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, Black needs to, come to grips, force a confrontation here, right?
Well, don't be careful.
Come to blows.
You're always trying to hurt people, Bruce, and then you end up getting hurt yourself, buddy. Okay?
I know, but it's like there's two open files and White's planning to attack on the king side. So Black wants to somehow come to grips with the enemy, They wants their eyes to see the gleam in each other's eyes now.
Yeah.
That's why I'm looking at like Knight C5, trying to get.
All right, dude did play Rook FD8.
Yeah.
And we did see Queen E2, so this is our live position.
Yeah. Yeah. Ray won a great game from the Black side of that structure against Neiman earlier this tournament.
When you say that structure, which structure you mean?
E4, E5 from White.
Oh, uh-huh.
That sort of space gained structure. Ray got his rook to C2 while Neiman was trying to start the attack, and then Ray survived the attack and won.
So I'm going to say black has two main ideas that appeal to me here.
Mm-hmm.
If you were terrified of e4, by the way, e4 is not just to attack e5, but to say that the knight on f6 is maybe a little funny, right? So if you want to preempt e4, you could play knight d5. It will become very complicated, but you could do it. Or you just play bishop e8 confidently and say, hey, buddy, why do I got any problem?
So the point of knight d5, folks, is that if white plays e4, Jesse's going to come into f4 and sort of pick white apart. And g3 is a pretty awkward move to play in order to prepare this.
You could play g3, and we could even imagine something like g3, bishop f6, right? Just to try to defang white's position a little bit.
Yeah.
Totally playable.
I want to throw out another candidate move here after queen e2. This is the live position for Jeffrey. And this move might be really bad, Jesse. So you might, you might just refute it and we say, okay. But I just want to consider, if white's idea is to play e4 and e5, can black just play e5 themselves?
David, I think a lot of your ideas are so bad that, that we don't even need to consider them, boss.
Okay. So why is this move something not to consider?
Well, first of all, what are you doing, man? What are you trying to do?
What do you mean, gain space in the center?
But you're not threatening e4.
No, I'm not.
All right, wait, is your next move? Okay, so what would
my next move? My next move would be like bishop e6 or bishop g4 or something.
Okay, so obviously I can consider taking the pawn.
Right.
I can consider knight e4. I can consider b4.
Yes. And maybe also knight g5. I don't know.
Yeah, they all look promising. Yeah. And I think the base variation that you're that probably your intuition liked about this, let's test that first. So I'm assuming that you saw this, and either takes first on c1 or this thing, and you said to yourself, yeah, I feel okay.
Well, I didn't know if I felt okay or not. I just thought if e4, e5 is an issue, can I consider a setup to play e5? And then I noticed that tactically I could already play e5 if I really wanted to. So then I just sort of asked myself the question.
Okay. So let's ask.
If you want to ask, why are we playing this? For space and largely for this bishop, right? Bishop on d7 was suffering a little bit. You tucked it on e8. I'm okay with that, but e6 or g4 could be squares too.
Now, I have to say, I will have to really eat crow or whatever it's called if this move e5 is played. Maybe it's a move, I don't know.
But you seem to think that there's something fundamentally wrong with this approach. It's not just whether or not knight takes e5 works, right? There's something wrong with moving the pawn?
Yeah, because you're creating all these potential weaknesses in a position where you don't, in this position, we back up. Yeah. Black doesn't really have any weaknesses.
Right.
Once you play e5, there's real questions. And white has so many reasonable moves. h3s are reasonable. What are you even going to do? I don't know. h3 is just a nice building move. And then we're asking again what you wanted over there with that e5 pawn.
Yeah, I would probably just play bishop e6.
And then I could play b4.
You would play what there?
b4.
b4.
I'm just saying the pawn on e5 is a liability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see. So we have rook fd1, queen e2. That's our live position. Queen e2 here. And okay, so we have e5. Well, should we do a poll? I love polls. Okay, let me do a poll. Let's do a poll.
So we got bishop e8.
So yeah, we'll do poll, and we'll have three moves. I think we got the three moves, right? So what will Jean play? And so we got Uh, Bishop E8,
Mm-hmm.
Knight D5, E5. Or any other candidate moves come? I don't. That's kind of it for me.
No, I mean those moves look fine to me.
All right, we'll start this poll. I said it for 5 minutes, my friends. 5 minutes.
This position portends knight d5.
Viva la kid! Glad to have you here, buddy. Good evening. He must be in Europe or something. Yeah, he's gonna think about it. This is a big game. This is one of Ray's biggest games, dude. He could tie for U.S. championship.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things too I want to say that's interesting is if you want to try to beat somebody, if obviously if this game peters immediately into a draw, you could say it was a dumb choice. However, like what this kind of play does, right, is it kind of puts the ball in Black's court and it's like, okay, you make a move.
Mm-hmm.
You make a move. You decide how we're going to play.
Yeah.
And some moves will be better than others. And it's just a very interesting strategic battle now, right?
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's not at all what like the variation I would have predicted Ray to go for. When I saw this position here developing with A6, my mind was on basically the most aggressive variations.
Right.
Because I think that there are lines where you basically do things like bishop b3, b5, and like sometimes just e4. Just leave the pawn hanging, right? If not there, then maybe with knight c3, bishop b7 in, and then e4.
Yeah. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. It's very well. Yeah.
Some stuff that really, it's kind of got a bit of a knight or feel, like you're going for p sacks on e6 and stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, it's very violent.
And that would have been my number one expectation of what Ray would go for in a must-win game. My second thought of what he might go for was dc5, if he thinks that there's a little like weakness in Jeffrey's endgame. If he thinks it might be something uncomfortable, he could take Jeffrey 2 that Jeffrey's not really planning on. But to play sort of the symmetrical position, but with the queens on the board, and it's so slow and open to like the sort of lack of pressure, but lots of pieces on the board. It's a real surprise to me.
I think, and honestly, I really a bishop d3 and queen e2 was not my first instinct, mostly because I'm a tempo fiend, and it's like taking forever. Plus, we're gonna have to move someday. We're gonna have to move the bishop on d3 again. Mm-hmm. But it's growing on me, and I think Black, like bishop. I'm gonna make a couple claims. I'm gonna make a claim that bishop e8 is probably what we're gonna see, but that e4 is I'm gonna call that an advantage to white because we have great central control, right? Like we own these two squares. We got these guys covered. So I don't even know what's coming next, but I like white's central control. And that's why if Black, and this is where Black could end up hurting himself, like he ends up doing some nighty-night jumps, like knight d5.
Well, and here's what we might see against knight d5. We might, because we haven't talked too much about what would come next, right?
Right.
If knight d5, which seems reasonable, what is something reasonable white might do? My first thought is knight e4 preventing bishop f6.
Right. And what I was also going to say is this bishop f6 is a problem because then you get rid of your dark squares. So, for example, let's say we do play g3 and allow bishop f6 to happen. Then isn't knight e4, isn't that definitely an advantage? Like snip, snop, and then he has to worry about c5? It's at least mildly unpleasant.
Maybe knight takes e3 here.
Oh my gosh, oh man. Maybe, actually, that's okay.
Because
that's a good move.
I mean, I thought the rook was looking at the bishop, but it just felt like a little loose.
Good. That's a good move that you did, dude. That looks good. Okay, but yeah. So, but the point, just generally, is not sure he actually. It feels nice to trade the bishop, but the drawback is then these squares could potentially be weak, and of course, white has many other moves besides besides G3 in this position if knight D5 comes. So like knight D5 is like the tricky move to try to jam white's signals.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also really putting black in a spot. Like, of course, that's just a lot of moves here.
Oh, I got one other idea for black other than the moves in our poll.
Uh-oh, what's that?
Yeah. So it's not even a move yet. It's just an idea. What about moving the knight off of C6 to start trying to take fuel off the board on the C file? The idea that the C file is pretty valuable, so you could try and trade on C1, play rook C8. Yeah, if white moves away from that they're giving up something of value.
Mm-hmm.
And that if they stick with it, you take all the rooks off the board, and then, yeah, white can play E4, E5, but, just it's much less scary with...
Yeah, okay. And I'll say my gut reaction is knight B8, knight E5, and then we have a small advantage too.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's such a nice knight that we got. Our knight's better than your knight.
Yeah. And knight A5, it would kind of be the same issue, right? We're letting white play knight E5 kind of nicely.
Yeah.
If we try and avoid the bishop pair torture and play bishop E8, then we don't have control over C8 to keep doing what we were planning to do.
Right. But yeah, you're right. We could. I don't think knight B is going to come, but it's an example of how black's not going to. There's no move that loses for black, but some moves will be better than others.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I think a lot of it actually has to do with, like, how do you feel as black with the situation in this bishop E8 E4 thing? Like, is it bad, or is it just totally fine? And then I guess knight D7 E5 is the next question.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't really want to play E5 until you move your knight, because I don't think I want to allow E5 knight D5. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to wait until you play something like knight D7 and only then play.
Yeah. You could sit on this position a little bit.
And I have building moves. I can play bishop B1. That's a nice building move.
Yeah. I was just making a list in my head of improving moves for white, and bishop B1 was top of the list.
Right. So this does feel like a nagging position. Mm-hmm. It's really nice for white that I control this square.
Yeah. The other thing that could be improved in white's position would be the knight on D2.
True, and then one of its dreams, of course, is after E5 that I want to play knight E4. Here, I'll do a sample variation. Knight D7, E5, knight C5, bishop B1, A5.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess a big question for white is, can I be a bad boy and play knight E4? I don't know, maybe, but that would be the thing you look for, right? And wonder about this. Might be too much. You might be asking for the position, but some nasty knight F6 might be hitting us. I don't know. That would just be a fear.
Yeah. No, that's pretty hot what you're trying right now, because you're about to sack a rook now. I think your follow-up is knight F6 here.
There's more than one move. I could play knight EG5, but knight F6 is the first question, right? It's just like,
if you're going to go knight G5, play knight FG5. Yeah,
so some kind of knight FG5, right? But knight F6 is the first question in a position like this. And let's just say, I don't. This is just total speculation, but it's an example of how this position, which seems so pianissimo, can turn violent really quickly. And it really starts. The violence really is umbraged. That is not the right word, David, but in any case,
augured.
It's
foretold.
Here's a fun etymology thing. The word auspices comes from bird shit, because the Romans would look at bird shit to see into the future.
Really?
Yeah, that's a funny one, right?
Etymologically, auspices comes from the word for bird shit?
Yeah.
Wow.
Under the auspices.
All right.
We're
Wow.
still waiting. Yeah. So Jeffrey feels the pain a little bit here too, because he's like, "What do I do, boss?
He's been
What do I
tanking
do?"
Jesse, and I feel like he's 20 minutes on this move, really, really pushing,
Yeah.
pushing this decision that you just have to make.
Good point. And I think one of the things I've learned as an older player is it is very important, because this is fundamentally an intuitive decision,
Yeah.
right?
Like these
So
guys are
you just
amazing
gotta go.
calculators, but I've been trying to tell myself that in almost any format, so the number varies with the format, with the time control, right? But then in
Uh-huh.
almost any format, your instinctive or intuitive decisions, there's some limit of how much time you can put onto
Absolutely.
them. And it's more valuable to spend a high percentage of your clock time on your calculation moves.
Yeah. Because, like, imagine just for a moment. Let's say we go down that road, and white plays balls to the walls 94.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're black, you don't want to think about it in the current position. You could say to yourself, well, if it comes to this and I'm afraid of knight f6, I'll just take it. And then I'll say, okay, maybe I am a little worse, but I'm totally fine. Totally fine. Right? Yeah. Maybe I'm a little worse, but I'm in this game.
This looks
So,
okay, yeah.
yeah.
I'm not terrified. I'm not feeling the fear.
And the game would go on. Like h4 would be a plausible move.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
It goes on. So yeah, he's tanking too much here. All right, boss, I'm going to read you another feedback from the dojo. This is feedback to the training program. I thought the first feedback was really good. Here we go, number 3. This is from Robin Kostberg. Robin Kostberg. He says, more books. I think the 700 to 800 band is missing a book. Okay, fair enough. So I'll just going to put that on my to-do list. Look at 700 to 800 books.
No, but I've got a quick answer. No. No. You don't need to read books, dude. Just play some more games, and you can move up to another band that has another book.
He wants to read some books.
No.
He wants to read some books.
He can do that on his own time, but really, that's not training.
If it's true though, I'm going to double check that later. But if it's true that there's no book in the 700-800, which I don't think that's true, but I'm going to double check.
Didn't he say another book?
He says, let me read it again. He says, I think 700 to 800 is missing a book.
So that doesn't say if they have 0 books and should have 1, or if they have like 3 books and he wants 4.
Yeah, I'll check it out. He's in the 600 to 700 cohort.
Yeah. Baron's saying what I normally tell people. When people are like, I want to read a chess book, and I'm like, you just need to play games, and they're like, I want to read a chess book. I'm like, fine, go read Lisa, but don't consider this your chess training. Your chess training is when you're playing.
Oh, and then Viva La Kid saying we have, I think this EFCW stands for Everybody's First Chess Notebook,
Workbook, yeah.
And that's from the dude in Charlotte.
Yeah, Giannatos.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, he's tanking good. All right, I'm going to read another feedback while we're waiting. All right, here go next feedback. So this is from Nicolas Wunder from aus Deutschland. And he is in the 2,000 to 2,100 cohort. And here's what he says. So it's kind of long. Get ready. You just sit back, Mr. Pruess. Get yourself some coffee or something. Relax. He says, rethink the Polgar mates in 2s. While the size of the Polgar mates in 3s was quite doable, the Polgar mate in 2s are too much, in my opinion. I guess it will take me 3 months doing nothing else than solving these mates in 2s. I have studied approximately 1.5 months, nearly every day, 1 hour, these mates, and I'm done with it. That's not what he said. He studies nearly every day, 1 hour, these mates, and I'm around problem 2100. Compared to some other points in the training program, like the ChessCom and Lichess things, which are dealt with in one single day, this feels a bit off. I stop now and solve only a few of them per day, but feels like a point I will achieve later than playing and analyzing 80 classical games, i.e. he thinks he's never going to finish.
Okay.
He's going to add two things. He says, he wants us to add two things. Something easy to use where one can put in on which areas of the program one is currently working to make it easier to find sparring partners, since most of the users of the program are quite inactive in the Discord cohort channels. At least it feels like that, right? So you say what you're working on and then hopefully get some help with somebody else doing the same thing. One cool thing is, even if there are inactive members, we're growing so fast, right? Especially in this 2000-2100 cohort. It's great, man. There's some great people in there that are really working at it. And the other thing I want to say about it is Evan Rosenberg is the manager of the 2000 plus classroom, and he's setting up training sessions, which are going to be a variety of things. But for example, going over the classic games in 2000-2100, which are Karpov games, then doing like the end game sparring, the opening sparring. So my hope is that sparring has been something that's been the biggest problem in the dojo to get people to do it. And I think it's mostly a social thing because you got to organize it and you got to ask somebody. But if we have a manager setting it up, it'll be better to do. And we have, because Mr. Pruess, you were doing this too, the weekend sparring.
Yeah.
But anyways, okay, that's that. Now, okay, here we go. And there's another ad.
One more thing to add.
He wants us to add strategic sparring position where one side is not just borderline winning. I sparred a 1900-2000s training position in an open Sicilian where black had zero counterplay since he was 3 to 4 tempi behind a normal Sicilian position. All right, one more thing. Remove, he says. Move sparring arenas from ChessCom to Elite Chess until a thinking of more than a minute on move one leads to a loss for one player. Right. Unfortunately, Niklas, chess.com owns us. They own us, man. They own us. They won't let us even look at Elite Chess. Bishop, they won't let us.
I mean, there are a lot of positions that don't have overwhelming advantages. A lot of strategic middle game sparring positions.
Yeah. And same thing with the end game positions.
We have that. Maybe some of the new positions from Kostya we haven't added in yet, into the rotation yet. But we've got positions that match what Niklas wants. I know which position Niklas is referring to, but I'm also not sure that position is that overwhelming for white. I think a lot of people thought it was overwhelming when they start playing it. Niklas was not alone in thinking that. I had somebody come into chat on move 2 of one of their games and say, I've already lost. It's only move 2. They eventually won the game. So I think that there may be an element of people overestimating white's position in that particular open Sicilian. That was the sparring position from last Sunday.
Cool. Yeah, one thing too I want to say, I knew when we set up the Polgar mates that there would be pushback, and there's been pushback from a variety of cohorts, and it's a lot of work. And at 2000, you're going to have to do a lot of them. There's no doubt about it. But I've also heard a lot of very positive feedback. Pumpkin the cat writing in the chat here, same thing, of being able to see the patterns quickly being a real benefit.
But are we forcing 2000 rated players to go back and do every single puzzle?
Oh, they got to do a bunch, yeah. They got to do it with the higher. Pruess, you're on tap for doing the whole book, boss.
I'm not doing maiden twos, Jesse.
Yeah, you are, buddy.
I'm a master. I won't do it.
Okay, let me just say. I'm gonna bust his chops here. We were at the Grandmaster house years ago, and he was like, "Oh, they're too easy for me. I'm a master." I gave him one. I busted him real bad. Couldn't do it.
I don't have to do it. I'll make it to next band doing everything else.
All right, boss. This is what I'm saying. When you don't make it, and that's the last thing left on the list, then you better do it.
Then I'll do it. Sure.
All right, that's fair. As long as you realize that that's what's holding you back. That's the beauty of trust the program. Is that there's gonna be this, I think, not just true of you, but there's gonna be a variety of people who come to the program and they're gonna have a feeling of like, oh, I don't need to do that. Oh, it's dumb. I think a great example of that is rook endgame progression. Loads of people are just like, it's too hard. It's also sparring things. It's harder for people to get their minds around socially. But that's another thing that people are putting off, being like, God, that's not really necessary, boss. And David,
no, I think that it's fully possible in many of the bands to make it to the next band without having done one of the things in the program. So,
totally possible. But I think if you're at or near your plateau, you're going to have to do it all.
Yeah. So I tell people if there's something they don't want to do, that they can delay it and work on the other things and see if they make it without that element.
Now, David,
but they need to be open to the fact that if they don't make it, then they're going to have to do everything eventually.
Now, let's just talk about this move, boss. So first of all, bishop e8 won. I was convinced that e4 was going to come. It did not. In fact, h3 came.
Yeah, h3 is like ultra pianissimo here.
That's some real pianissimo, man.
Ray is looking for a new nickname, rather than, the fastest eyes in the West, or the Puzzle Rush champion. He wants to be like the slow it down champion.
Slow it down. No, I gotta say, man, that's next level slow right there.
Yeah. What does h3 do? It reduces Black's sense of danger by blocking some third-rank rook lifts, so Black won't expect a kingside attack anymore.
Okay, this is what I think is the claim with h3. Okay, the claim with h3 is, first of all, it's useful, and then second of all, what Black would like to do is play something like knight d7. Did you do that, or did he do that?
He did it.
He did it. So good. I called it, the knight d7. So
yeah.
Knight d7 is something we're saying he wants to do. By the way, if Black had another move, I think it would be f6. And then with f6, we dominate the knight on f3, and we dominate the bishop on b2. And if we had another move after that, we could play e5.
Oh. Can we really?
Well, taking advantage of the central space that we're gaining. Right? So this is the claim of h3. We're saying with h3, we're saying it doesn't matter where you go, dog. It doesn't matter where you go. I have a plan for everywhere that you go, and we're going to see what this plan is against knight d7. So let's think about it.
Yeah.
What is his intention? Because knight d7 is a very natural move. Because f6 is definitely something Black wants to do.
Can I throw in one non-GM comment before you get into this properly?
Yeah, go ahead.
At my level, Jesse, what you might sometimes think as white is if your opponent spends like 30 minutes on some random, sitting around their move, that like if you play h3, they might spend another 20 minutes on another dopey move.
Well, I think it's really interesting, man, because now, first of all, maybe his original intention was my intuition with e4, and then he was like, you know what, I just want to see if what he does. Let's imagine here, dude. So because knight d7 is very natural. What is White's intention?
And he played it pretty nice and easy. We'll say that for Jeffrey. He didn't double tank.
Yeah, and I want to say this. One of my intentions with e4 was that if knight d7, then when I play e5, I prevent or at least make f6 difficult. Mm-hmm. Right? Okay. But here we're just like, okay, boss, you can get knight d7 and f6 now, no problem. So we need a good move here. If Black gets f6 in, by the way, he can start thinking about calling himself better in this position.
I thought you were going to pick some kind of name for Black, some kind of bragging name. Like,
he can call himself Steinitz, because Steinitz was the one that did his bishop e8 f6 stuff, back in the day.
Yeah. Call himself the master of maneuvers.
You need an idea. B4 maybe. B4. A little hard to believe, but master of maneuvers. Huh. All right, Ray. What do you got, buddy? What do you got? H3 knight d7 on the board. And let me just say, Mr. Pruess, you got to get chastised some more, boss, about this terrible thing you're saying.
Jesus.
Boss, in the same way that you recognize that you got to do the bishop and knight mates, you got to also do the Polgar mates. It's the same thing. They're fundamental patterns, boss. Fundamental patterns.
Yeah, my guess is I've seen them before because I've already done. I've done a lot of patterns, just not in that book.
The arrogance is killing me, dude. Killing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Really hard on me, Jesse, but I'm gonna try something here. Oh, I've refuted it. I'll go back.
I don't know. You told me about an hour ago to not play Queen C2, and then you did it yourself.
I know. Well, I thought that things had changed. You know, the rook wasn't defended anymore. You know, times were changing. I had ideas of getting into this kind of a mess, and that it might work out for me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like takes here, bishop d4. I don't know. You know, just ideas. But then, you know, one of the other directions was bishop g6, stopping my ideas, right? And here I need to move knight h4. But now I must be like waiting too long and allowing one of these things. So I give up.
Man. Yeah. Let me just say what's interesting to me about this allowing knight d7 is, first of all, knight d7 is a very natural move. Second of all, if I was white here and just was thrown into this position, I'd feel real anxiety, man. Because it's like black has a plan, and now I'm like, white, what were you doing, bud? What is your plan now?
Yeah. Like in the classic game, Fabi White against Xiong Black from a couple days ago. The plan has yet to be revealed.
That was actually great. Yeah, that's a great comparative in terms of just the psychological feeling of not knowing what to do. And actually, you know what? When we talk about that feeling, that is so important to what we're doing with not using the computer, because if you're using the computer, you will not have any sense of that psychological feeling yourself, because you'll just be looking at the computer evaluation, and the computer is going to find some weird thing, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, whereas here, if I just stare at this position as white, I'm like, oh no, I have to come up with an idea.
Yeah.
You know? Yes, H3 move, that was nasty. That's as far as I can tell. You want to win hey, Ray, right here, buddy, right here. Mano y mano, friend to friend.
Yeah.
You want to win the U.S. championship, A3 and H3 might not be the way to go, boss.
Yeah. He took piano too far.
He took piano.
It's like one thing to keep some tension, but you also have to play.
Oh man.
Like, you can't count on the adversary to steer the game all the way to a win for you on their own. You have to contribute.
You have to contribute, boss. Yeah, so he's tanking. It's funny he's tanking too, because like he had forever to think about this business. Yeah, he literally had forever. Now he's tanking.
Yeah, when Jeffrey was thinking for like 30 minutes on bishop e8 and we knew that he was going to play bishop e8, that's when Ray could have come up with something better than h3, right?
And I'm pretty sure bishop e8 won in our chat poll too.
Yeah, it did.
Okay. Sometimes, you know, you delay the fight a little too long, and then there's nothing left, or you become worse.
No fight.
Which games.
Okay. Let's defend White's honor.
You got an idea?
B4.
Oh gosh, hey, Danny Wrench, listen to me, buddy. When I go from one live chess and I gotta turn on live chess to watch the games, and then I gotta go do the analysis board.
Oh, you don't need live chess to watch the games.
I'm just telling you, Danny Wrench. Sometimes it gets really annoying because then you kick me. You kick me, boss.
Oh yeah, you can only have one instance of live chess. That's annoying, but that's just how it is. Let me show you where you can just watch the game without.
I got it set up. I just had to relog in and do all that stuff. So B4 is an interesting idea, and I didn't understand those. So F6.
But basically, we're watching the game through events instead of through live chess. Okay.
Okay. What do you want to do after F6, boss?
Okay, yeah. So now I'm going some real quiet stuff.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna go real quiet. It's gonna go real quiet too, man.
Oh wow. You didn't take any bait. Jesse is chilling.
Next someday I'm gonna play E5.
That day has not come.
But here, like, you got to worry about being worse now with a move like that.
Mm-hmm. I didn't look at that move, so go easy on me.
Yeah, not what you wanted, friend. You either have to give me the bishop or the c4.
Horror. Why didn't you do that to me last move?
Maybe I could have. I don't know. True. No, because your knight's still on d2, so here you can move the bishop back.
I can tuck this thing between.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe you can play bishop a2 next, but then after, yeah.
Okay. I hear you. Okay.
Now, by the way, like maybe b4. I don't actually have he doesn't have an idea either. He's thinking about it. I don't know what White's supposed to do. So this is our game business, by the way. Pruess has suggested b4. We've kind of thought about other things too. It's a hard road though. I don't know what he wants.
Yeah. Let me try b4 just a little bit more. Let's just toy around with it because we got the time. So I'm still gonna play knight d4. You know.
Okay.
You're just gradually showing me what's up, and I'll get there. So now we're gonna take. We're just gonna take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Go to the file.
Now, one maybe piece of good news for you is if I go to b7, maybe you could play bishop e4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not news to me, but yeah.
I'm just saying it's a piece of good news.
Yeah, but it's not news to me because I planned it.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Your knight needs a good square, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, here you have bishop d4. Go back to b8.
Go back to b8. Yeah. All right. I know this is some really quiet stuff.
You want to go to like a5.
I want to maybe go knight a5, maybe go queen c2.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just some massage. My theory is this, Jesse. You know, you're playing f6 and bishop f7, so you're moving stuff towards the king side. Now I'm trying to see if there might be any square on the queen side that I can make use of, right?
No, I just wanted to kill your bishop on b2. That's all.
I know. He's played b4 just now, Jesse.
Oh, you got that one, dude.
I got one.
To the dojo. Welcome to the dojo. All right, well, okay. Let's think about it from Black's perspective then after this b4 move, and we're gonna say, let's just say something obvious, like, we're gonna get it. It's probably gonna get a little hectic now, but we didn't want to see knight c5 in our business. Our knight on d2 needs some improvement. So there's definitely reasons to do this thing.
Yeah.
In a lot of positions like this, the pawn on b5 won't actually be hanging after a5. Yeah. So I just want to stress that there's going to be several momentitos where maybe Black could play a5 here.
Yeah, it was just occurring to me as well that, like, if you want to harness the fact that you've played queen b6 versus queen e2, once white plays b4, I think f6 and stuff, that's like in the rear view. That's like what you were going to do if white kept playing, coming up with new versions of h3. You know, like knight h2, king h1, whatever. Once white plays b4, all my attention's actually going to a5 immediately.
Boss, I still know. I'm totally fine with f6. You want to play f6? Knight d4, I smack you.
Okay.
I assume you're going to take with a bishop.
Yeah, let's just be clear. When you say you smack me, you just changed your move from before because I exerted enough pressure.
No, it's just the same idea. It's the same idea.
Okay.
I just organizing it a little bit better.
All right. Sure.
Because I want to get the full smack.
I hear you. He likes smack.
I like to talk smack.
Yep.
Bishop b1. Okay. I like black here. So I got 2 moves here. e5. I get 3 moves. e5, knight e5, bishop f7. They all seem plausible to me.
Wow, you're not even considering rook c1, rook c1, rook c8?
No, that's the weenie move. I feel like black's the one who's in charge here.
Jesus, okay. This is really a weenie position, so we have to consider weenie moves. But
yeah, all right. Goodbye, bishop.
Goodbye. It's bye, bishop.
Go back to your little hole, my friend.
Go back to your little home.
Let's see if we got him. Yeah, b4 is played. Oh, they still got plenty of time, by the way. Seth says, put it on A1 for aesthetics. Maybe you should, Mr. Pruess. Just to admit to yourself, you know, this thing's really going into the hole.
I got nothing to admit. I'm going to keep the rook on c1 defending if I retreat.
Yeah, okay.
That's if I retreat, Jesse.
Okay, you don't have to retreat, boss. You can sack it, too.
That's sounding good right about now.
And now black's got a variety of moves. Knight b6, knight f8, bishop f7. Knight on f8, they said I couldn't get mated, Mr. Pruess.
Come on, Jesse.
Why is black not better in this position? What are you doing?
Knight on f8, no mate is some kid talk.
Oh, you know, actually, maybe you got a dirty trick.
I do.
Rook c8, bishop h7.
You better believe I see that.
Okay, we'll make it nice and easy, boss, for you. We'll just say knight on f8. Good night.
Take it easy. Take it easy. We're all friends here.
Yeah, your bishop on b2 is nobody's friend, boss. Nor is that knight. That knight on d2 needs to work.
Work it. Work it.
Okay. It's gone silly. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes, just walking down the street.
Yeah. That's all I'm doing. It's true.
Singing do-a-diddy. Diddy-dum, diddy-do.
Did he do it dumbly or did he do?
Okay, a couple moves here. Bishop f7, bishop g6. I'm not afraid of you taking on e7, really.
I don't think you've got all the moves you think you've got. You should not let me play queen takes e7.
Why not? Your rook's on your knight on d2.
Yeah, Jesse, give us do-a-diddy in a Russian accent. Do-a-diddy. Diddy-dum, diddy-do.
Diddy-dum, diddy-do.
Do.
Yeah, we'll just fix our stuff and ask you what you want.
I wanted the bishop on e7. I was clear about that.
Okay. I think you just made your king all hosed down, man.
Hosed down? That doesn't sound good. It sounds like there's something
either.
wrong.
It wasn't good either, buddy. It was not good to have your king hosed down. All right, no one knows here. Okay, b4, e5. Your move, boss. Played. Your move.
This is a different situation.
It is a different situation.
A different situation. In my situation, it was about the bishop on d7.
But look, what one of the geniuses. Let's talk about it. Okay, so e5 is very simple. Where Kraai Chump GM was playing f6 because he saw Steinitz do it once.
Right.
And that we got mildly complicated with knight d4. E5 is saying, hey, buddy, I'm still killing your bishop on b2.
Right.
I'm still playing f6, and no knight d4 for you, boss.
No knight d4. Because you told me you were going to dominate the knight. At least I traded off one of the pieces you were going to hurt, right? When you were setting up f6 and e5.
Yep.
So my knight d4, I mean, I was thinking in terms of maybe finding something on the queen side if you moved your bishop to f7. But this e5, I mean, it's just plainly stronger. It seems at first, right? Like, just leave that knight there, no messing around. Now, earlier chat wanted us to sack a rook on c6, and frankly, I just didn't know what they were talking about, so I ignored it.
Yeah, you should ignore it here.
It was just awkward. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to tell them about this rook takes c6 move. That makes no sense.
Yeah,
but is it time for white to bail out with an exchange sack and take e5? And would black win another piece on the d file at the end?
No, boss, that's not what you want to do.
Okay.
Because think about it, you're also opening up the rook on d8 when you do all that garbage too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was thinking like it might just lose more pieces, right? Like at the end of all this.
Oh yeah, that's not what
you know. Do we lose even more stuff?
It's just nasty. It's just full nasty.
All right.
No, yeah. Don't do it.
Jesse doesn't want to even see this. He doesn't want to hear about it.
I do want an idea for white, though, because we got now two bad pieces. Knight f3, bishop on b2. Yeah, we need it. White needs a move.
Okay.
And this is what happens, kids, when you start getting a little too fancy with that h3 stuff.
Right.
It would have been white that would have had his big fat pawn in black's face. Now it's black's big fat pawn in white's face.
All right. I got a little something.
All right.
And when I say a little something, it's not pressure. It's not an advantage. It's just a place I could move a piece.
No, I think that's a reasonable question. So I'm assuming f6. So let's just do it and see what happens.
I did not expect you to just...
Why not? I had to defend my e-pawn, open up the Steinitz bishop. I'm fine.
Okay.
Now, it's true that if you're going to get me, you need a follow-up here.
Yeah. I can tell you, I do want to follow up. I do want to. I meant to call you. I meant to follow up about this. All right. Let's talk to him. Talk to him.
Okay, good. His piece is getting more and more awkward.
Chat wanted me to go knight e4 to c3 to d5.
Well, first question, Mr. Pruess, can I just play knight f8?
You can. You can. I go.
And now I can do something highly annoying like bishop g6.
Back to my hovel. I hobble back to my hovel.
This isn't what you wanted, boss.
It's exactly what I wanted.
This is exactly what he wanted. Yeah. It looks good. Looks fine. Looks good. It looks fine. I really lost my mind. Now you got you got to decide which piece is going to be terrible. Okay, now you can frisky with me. I like this.
Yeah, I could have played knight b3 instead. Same move, less risky.
And now we're just going to say everything's bad.
Everything is bad. Jesse goes emo.
Yeah. So we got e5's on the board, by the way. We're just fooling around with this
Yeah,
position.
just fooling
Oh,
around.
I got to go pretty soon, Mr. Bruce. Oh, I would love to stay. This has been great, man. I'd love to stay.
Yeah.
All right, my man. So what's your prediction of this game? Let's go to live position. We'll do a prediction.
Okay, live prediction.
I think honestly, I don't know what White's going to do, so I'm not opposed to Bishop f5 just because I feel like I don't know what to do for White.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bishop f5 feels a little bit like you're playing with your pretty pieces, but I don't know what to do. Yeah.
You're right. It is. It is. But I'm trying to get the knights involved.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing it with dreams for them.
Yeah.
But my feeling is, I mean, if you just look at the position and the players, you know, you'd think it's about equal, and it draws the most likely result at this level. It takes a noticeable advantage to beat a player like Jeffrey or Ray.
Yeah. I definitely think like onus is now on White to find a plan. But your Bishop f5 system, maybe like could you play like is knight e4 playable, for example? It might not be. You might just lose immediately to f5. But
which move?
Knight e4. You could also start with just the basic bishop b1 here. That's another basic move to play. And your bishop f5 isn't ridiculous. I don't know. Yeah. All right, buddy. I gotta go. That was great.
What do you think? You got any prediction for this game?
I'd say trend is in Black's favor now, but I don't know. I think it's going to be exciting, dude. And, that other day when I left, you were there for like hours, dude. You were there for like hours and hours still. So maybe I'll come back after I deal with my life obligations and you'll still be here.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, I mean, the horror of this, Jesse, is it's like the championship round for the U.S. Championships, but I have to pick up the kids before the round's over. So, I might leave people with a, like, who knows who's going to be champion? It's been nice covering this for 2 weeks.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I got to go.
Yep.
Bye.
Cheers. You know what time it is, folks? You know what time it is, folks? Da-na-na-na-na. Boom. Boom, boom. It's time for the replay for those of you who weren't here for the start of the round. Get a look at the full replay, what led to this. I'm just guessing the move order. I think I got it. Castles. A6. This is where we got that B3 move, right? B3. This game has been pretty deep, Lad Baymon. We don't understand too well what's going on with it. But I mean, we managed to guess some of the moves. You know, it wasn't all nonsense today. So Black traded immediately here. And then I think played Bishop D7. Let me check if that's right on the move list. Yeah. Bishop B2. Bishop E7. Knight to D2. Knight C6 or castles? Knight C6. Knight F3. Then castles. Rook C1. So very quiet. Oh no, Bishop E2 first, sorry. Bishop E2 first, threatening Knight C4. So makes Black play this B5 move. When I say threatens Knight C4, you know, this is like a very, very mild threat, but it's enough of a thing that, you know, Black wants to play B5 and not allow it here, I think, is pretty clear. So anyway, here he goes, rook c1. As we discussed, the grief for white is that this queen would like a square. So white's looking to play queen c2 to b1 to a1 most likely, and rook c8 just flatly prevents that because of knight d4. So now Ray picked a new... Oh, no, not yet. He played a3, which still threatens this. Queen... Oh, sorry. Played a3, which threatens rook c2. It's not really a threat, which plans. a3 with the idea of playing rook c2 without knight b4. Black played queen d6. Now he switched tacks with bishop d3, rook d8, queen e2. So he finds a space for the queen. That sounds fun. Okay, so we get here, queen e2. This, by the way, is where Jeffrey had his long think of the game. You know, I want to say it was about half an hour, and then came with bishop e8. Then Ray played the h3 move, which was reviled by Jesse. And, yeah, I also would say I don't get it. Got h3. Knight d7. And we're pretty much caught up with the game position here. Ray played b4, stopping knight c5 moves, but also potentially with the idea of bringing this knight here to maybe worry black about one or two of these squares here. And I think, folks, that against f6 in this position with knight d4, trading this knight, knight b3, bishop d4, I think I was slightly bothering Jesse. Just slightly. And so we both, when we saw the move e5 first, with the same idea that Jesse has of setting up the central advantage with the e5 pawn, I think we both immediately, when we saw e5, we thought, oh, that makes a lot of sense, not letting this knight get itself traded, so this knight can be a problem for white with f6. Now, as soon as f6 gets played, this knight does also have that idea to fix itself, but e5 makes a lot of sense, and Ray's been thinking for a bit here. Whether knight e4 loses to f5. Okay, well, I guess knight e4 is something we need to consider then. My impression is that white's unlikely to lose to f5 e4. That's my sense of the current tactical strengths and weaknesses for both players. I'd be surprised to see white just simply lose a piece like that. But let's see then. Here, has he moved? He's played bishop f5. So now we don't need to calculate this mess. And f6 quickly from Sean, who expected this as well. And we're deep in Jesse versus David territory here. No idea why bishop f5, says Ladbimon. The reason for bishop f5, well, there's multiple reasons, but one idea is that you could be threatening to take on d7 and take on e5. So you kind of make black play f6. Now, from this position, there's several reasons you could do this. One would be to just play bishop e6, just straight up. And you're just trying to take control of the light squares, right? Black goes here, you trade light squared bishops, and now all those light squares are weak. You can play like knight h4 with the idea of queen h5. And maybe black needs to play g6 to keep the knight out of f5. You can also, there may also be tactical ideas in some positions, like queen here hitting this pawn, and then if king here to defend the pawn, queen check, king here, and it could possibly be annoying for black for the queen to come into one of these squares, because white's getting control of the light squares. Oh, thanks, One Chess. Very glad to hear that. So that's like one version of it, is just to then come here and trade light squared bishops. And then you're trying to put your queen on, if bishops are off, right? You want to put your queen here to exploit this knight here, and this knight here. That's kind of the dream scenario. So knight h4 would be a way to come at that. So when I was playing this out with Jesse a little bit before, I did try some fancier moves as well in this position, as well as just bishop check and taking. What moves did I try? I tried knight e4 in this position, I think. And then I think I also tried the move queen d3 tactically, right? I tried this move against him. That's bringing the queen closer to this diagonal already. And, you know, we had a variation like this. We had a variation like knight f8, knight e4, I think also. No, knight f8, what did I do here? Because now the queen's attacked. Oh, I think I just played queen b1. And then we got into stuff like this and this. Rook c7, knight e4. This kind of thing. Yeah, this is like an example of some moves we were looking at, right? So, oh, you think he's just going to start rushing this pawn up the board? I think he might try and fix the knights before making any more pawn moves, especially because in the live position in the game, you know, black hasn't even played g6. It's a really big question how g6 would change the game here. That's like the huge question. And that's part of what bishop f5 is asking about is, you know, is g6 going to be good or bad for black? It loosens up the king to more extent, right? Where, you know, supposedly this bishop's getting killed by the pawn on e5. But once you play g6, now this king is so open on the diagonals that black has to always watch out for knight e5 sacks. You can play this f4 prying move, which I tried a bad version of in one line against Jesse, but we should all keep in mind that once g6 has been played, f4 is going to become, you know, pretty reasonable. But as somebody mentioned, once the pawn's here, I think h4, h5 also makes a lot of sense with the hook. But I think without the hook, that h4, h5... Well, actually, it does get played in some English positions pre-g6 with then this, and then you finally attack h7 once they already can't save it in any good way. So it's not outrageous, but I don't think it's the most likely just yet for him to start doing this when both of these knights need fixing, right? They need to be on e4 and f5, ideally. Okay. So Ray's Ray's move here, after f6 was played very quickly by Xiang, and he plays knight to e4. Very nice looking move. Let's check if we looked at that move order when Jesse and I were looking at this. We had bishop f5 here, f6, promote, and no, we didn't look at directly knight e4 here yet. h6 in general is going to be a really painful move for black to play because it concedes every single light square. So now, you know, if white goes knight h4, g6, do you tolerate it? Do you give up your bishop? Once you give up your bishop, you have to tolerate every other piece. And when white plays check, in general, you can never block because you can't afford to trade bishops and let white take over these squares. The same is even true of white playing a move like queen d3 or queen a2 at some point. You can't block because then white will bring the bishop and trade the bishop. So I would say h6 is extremely undesirable for black at the moment with the move f6 and with the moves f6 and e5 just played. They're really not going to want to go monochromatic with their square control. Black's going to want a mix of dark squares and light squares, if possible. The idea appears to be knight c5 next. Maybe. Okay, so it's obviously it's black's move in the live position. And I think now with the scene I have, you guys can see the live position below me. So you may have even seen that knight e4 was played before I saw it or mentioned it, right? So knight c5, the idea, so this is not white's move, but if this were an idea for white, the point is the bishop on the rook. So if knight takes knight, that bishop takes rook could leave white winning an exchange, maybe for a pawn, right? You could also take on c5 before taking the rook because the pawn would be attacking the queen. Right, knight c5, pawn takes, hits the queen, black's going to take, and then you can grab this. It would probably be a small advantage for white, but not crushing. The other thing is if you go knight c5, black could maybe tolerate it. That's hard to believe. Or take this way and then back up the queen and not sack the exchange. That looks probably like a nice position for white to get that passed pawn. But notice that black does still have this bishop really limited. And black might be able to outplay the bishop with the knights here. You know, knight a5 to c4 using our extra knight against this bad bishop. But black has to be careful. As long as this bishop's uncontested, you know, it's hard to work with this rook and knight if we never contest the bishop on f5, I would say. That needs to be contested at some point for black. Okay, so let's go back a move. That's not necessarily related to this knight c5 calculation, but I would say you can't live like this for too long, actually. It's really taking away too many of your options for moving the knight or the rook. So g6 is a very likely move. And some folks are, of course, asking, you know, if g6, is this a problem for black, or is this just fine? It's a good question. I think it's maybe the best question on the board right now is whether g6 and then trading bishops is good or bad. g6 is obviously quite committal. Has he played it? Oh my goodness, he played knight b8. Yeah, if Ray could teleport this queen to b3 or g4 or something, he would have had a lot more pressure here already. I am surprised that we're seeing this knight b8 move. That's a real looking to escape kind of move. Wow. You did, but you said that knight a7 was like a joke, that you weren't really thinking of playing it, and you didn't really think anyone else would actually play it, didn't you? Okay, now you want to say that you had a great idea that it was time to start trading rooks. Let me say one little thing about g6. Just note that if white trades on d7, f6 is hanging by a thread here. You see that tactically? I didn't mention any of these variations to you, but I was looking at this here and looking for a way to try and crack the diagonal. The reason I bring it up now, even though g6 isn't played, is that one thing that knight b8 does is it allows you, if you're going for g6 at some point, to recapture with the knight covering this diagonal better against the bishop. Since this bishop wants to go this way anyway, it doesn't necessarily want to go here, and the rooks want to stay coordinated. Part of the point of knight d7 may be that he's just playing to recapture with the knight, or just white's never going to take on d7 now, but he's negating the bishop takes d7 variations because of that knight on b8 recapturing on that square. It also supports this knight against these queen d3 kind of ideas I was trying to use against Jesse, attacking these two squares. Now, there's not yet a threat to trade off all rooks, because c8's only defended once. Like, black can't trade and then contest the file. So black's not yet threatening to completely reduce the material on the board. What are some candidate ideas for white here? Well, this queen's covering bishop e6. Maybe black's threatening big old g6. Trading is terrible, and I don't know. Maybe h5. You know, trying to force white into this. And then you just cover everything. Alright, I think we just gotta move. But yeah, I think g6 is a big threat. So Ray's going to be somewhat constrained in terms of his options. Okay. He took this knight and he moved this one back to c3. Yes. Man, I didn't know Ray could play like this. What's up with this game, Ray? What's up with this game? Quickly, bishop f7 to stop knight d5. Jeffrey's not surprised by this move in the least. Ray is kind of like a different player. I mean, all these Berlins, solid draws with black. But he unleashed, like, the Ray that we know in several rounds as well, right? Just like the calculating beast with some aggressive repertoire, 1e4 as white. We saw some of the Ray in that style of play, but hang on. Let me just see something. Whoops. That's not what I'm trying to see. Sorry, everybody. Give me a second. Did Ray also just play a million d4 games this tournament? Which he never used to do? Was that another thing that happened? Oh my god, 150 move game. Also a d4 game. Yeah. Ray's just a completely different player. He played d4 against Wesley in one of his greatest games. He played d4 against Lenderman. He hasn't even played e4 at this tournament. He's playing the... How did it take me 13 rounds to fully put it together that this Ray is so different? I mean, I noticed some differences, but it's completely different. Unbelievable. If you think about it, he's not playing the only thing that's left is incredible calculation ability. But think of all the things about Ray that have changed, okay? First of all, he hasn't flagged in any game. And by flagged, I mean he hasn't been playing with 1 minute on the clock at move 20 or 30. I've seen him repeatedly preserving a very reasonable 10 minutes on the clock, getting to some key moment and like calculating the winning variation, but playing it with still 5 minutes left on the clock. So gone is the insane tanking time situation. We're getting the Berlin defense is black. 1d4 is white. Technical games, massaging games, symmetrical structures. Hang on. It's not even Ray. They can't be mistransmitting what board he's on, so he did some kind of body swap with someone else. And we have to figure out which of the other players is actually Ray. And who Ray is playing it as. An alien imposter. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just completely different person. Well, folks, in terms of how the round's going overall, this game's super exciting. We'll get back to it as fast as we can. Fabi did draw today, Wizard Melon, but we're about to go to the bird's eye so we can resume or summarize everything that's going on here. Let's take Jesse off of this. All right. So you can see there were two very, very quick draws today. Caruana Aronian. Caruana assured himself a tie for first place if Ray somehow manages to outplay Jeffrey Xiong today. And Dominguez and Shanklin just... Dominguez did not want to play. He was just done. Slightly puzzling. I mean, Dominguez had a score where, he was playing for the difference between second, third, and fourth places, right? A lot of money on the line, and he's got the white pieces. I don't know. Like, I forgot to ask this question at the beginning of the round, but, like, why linear? There's some people at the bottom of the cross table who might just be in a mindset where they just want it to be over, but Dominguez, I mean, let's say he wins the game against Shanklin, that's got to be worth, I don't know, $5,000 to $10,000. Not worth playing a game for him? I don't know. Could just be tired out. That's absolutely possible, Merles. He could just be worn out and just knew that he didn't have any gas left in the tank. I mean, 13 rounds. They had a couple rest days. It's just a chess tournament. I mean, you say it's long, but it's like their job. It would be like if somebody else with a 9 to 5 at 3 p.m. every day was just like, oh my God, I'm tired. How's anybody supposed to work for 6 hours and just went home? Like, they wouldn't have their job for that long. Right? He also had a 10-move game, Merles. Well, there's nothing Sam can do. He's playing black, you know. It's Oh, he did say that specifically, that he was tired. Okay. So it happens. Yeah. You get old, it happens. But in general, folks, I wouldn't overstate the like, oh, it's 13 rounds. Oh, it's this and that. Like, you know, these are professional chess players. A single 6-hour game is just whatever. That's a normal part of the day for them. And there's rest days and, you know, I imagine there are players in the tournament who are not like particularly exhausted just because it's round 13. But okay. Okay, so those games out of the way. Dominguez is probably going to finish around third or something with that draw. He had a perfectly fine tournament with, I think, 2 wins and 11 draws. Did he ever lose a game? No. You know, so a solid game, I guess. A solid tournament for him, especially if he's starting to feel tired and fatigued. I mean, he got a gift point in 10 moves, 1 round. So, essentially, he drew every single game. And that's, I guess, got to be a good result if you're old and tired. And then, as you can see, Robson versus Xiong. That's the key game for today. Jeffries just played G6. The game is definitely intense here, and I think in Ray's favor. So I feel like it's definitely starting to turn in a good direction for him. He needs to win that one to catch Caruana. What's going on the other boards? Well, on the other boards, no one else is showing fatigue. Everybody else is playing for real. You know, Schwiertz against Yu. Schwiertz has, Dariush has sacked a pawn in enterprising fashion in Arui Lopez. He's got some compensation, but I would say definitely not more than compensation because his bishop on b3 doesn't look good. So I think that Chris Yu's doing really well in this game with an extra 50 minutes on the clock as well. I see really good chances for Chris to close off an exciting up and down first U.S. championship with a win. It would be a big deal in terms of the standings down here at the bottom. You know, like if Chris wins, it ties him with Dariush, and he definitely finishes the tournament ahead of Morad Diabate and Lenderman, and that's a very, very creditable result for a 15-year-old who's, you know, one of the lowest rated players in the tournament. So I think if he got a win, he would definitely be feeling quite good overall about this tournament. He had a couple patchy opening choices as black, and as white as well. Yeah, I mean, I think many of Chris's losses, I think, can be traced to bad opening choices, probably, as definitely as a big component in them. So I can see a lot of room for him to really, you know, compete at a 2600 plus level. Then we've got Neiman and a Wonder playing an intense strategic game. I would love to watch that one too, but we gotta watch the championship game between Robson and Xiong as much as we can. More Diabate and Lenderman, very, very interesting. Double king pawn. Not obvious to me yet who's got the advantage Like, white's got some more space, but black's pieces have squares for the moment and, you know, can attack the e4 pawn. If white could play b4 safely at some point, maybe they'd be able to take the advantage and start squeezing. Holy moly, what did Hans Niemann just play? You guys see that move? What was that move? We're going to have to zoom in for a second on that. Here we don't have a camera. Bishop takes g5 right here. Oh, well, it's a pretty simple tactic, actually. So I'll go over it for you. If hg, there's bishop d5 check. If the rook blocks, there's rook f5. So the king would have to go over here. Then queen... Okay. Then if queen h5 check, black can actually block. It's pretty exciting. So the follow would be rook e5, rook f5, rook f5, bishop e4. Has to defend this, let's say with the knight. It could also be the rook, and then g4. And yeah, rook f8. And was he down a pawn before he went for this here? Yeah, he sacked a pawn somewhere in here with knight f5. Okay. Wow, so he's just... We're catching them midway through a very enterprising continuation from Hans. He may have predicted this move before playing knight f5. And now I'm just giving you some variation here. Let's go to the king h7 move. Here. Here, 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 here. Like, this position's not over, but it looks promising for white. Right? It's definitely a question whether black can recapture this pawn. Maybe just queen here is a good enough starting move. Black's got to defend it with their queen. They'd like to go here, but I'm worried that then after knight g2, even if you unpin this way, that rook f1 might win. Let's check. That can't be done. So we have to stay in range of a queen check. Now, if we try something like knight e3, then or knight h6, then queen here's usually going to win. Let's see, knight h6. That stops the check. And that gets black into the game. Knight h6. Yeah, I mean, white's got a huge plus because the bishop's better than this bishop. So even if we can't make rook f1 work, you can definitely play this position here as white. You know. You can take this pawn, I guess. If this knight drops back, queen h4 wins. If the knight goes over here, oh! Then this is a classic blunder from Puzzle Rush. And white has to do something about that threat, but I guess this might be a good way of dealing with it. The bishop covers any perpetual checks, and white just comes into the light squares, and black's dead. Dead, I would say. In this particular spot right here. You would like to see it, Pumpkin, huh? You could be like, I was training for that for the last 10 years. I've done that puzzle 5,000 times. And finally, we see why it's so important to repeat it. Yeah, that would be crazy. Anyway, it looks like this was all very sound of Hans. It all starts with this knight f5 move that he played here. Looking to open up the bishop. And a wonder was not forced to go into the tactics here. I wonder, could have just played a move like rook e8 or rook b8 trying to play b5. He could have just hung around here. There's no huge threat in evidence. But anyway, that's where they're at, and I think the position is pretty decent for Hans. Of course, I wonder doesn't need to take this bishop, but if he doesn't, and I guess he probably shouldn't take it. If he doesn't, White's probably also going to have a small edge here. Although it'll be more complicated. Yeah, it'll be more complicated. There's a very interesting move, e4 here for black. Oh, that's very important. That's very important. That's a big piece of the calculation of what's going on here, is what happens after e4. Because if you take this way, then probably you're losing a piece, right? So then it's pawn takes, but that's a bad change of the structure for white, right? That's a very pleasant structural change for black. And yeah, I don't know, that would shake the game up quite a bit, right? Maybe bishop here, knight here. Interesting. Interesting. Hard to say what would happen. Yeah, I guess after e4, there's also bishop here, pawn here could be possible. Another very complicated variation. So there's a lot going on right here. But I'm just going to take us back to the championship game anyway. We had been at the overview, right? And I was going through sort of like what's going on for everybody's tournament here. So we didn't get to So versus Sevian, but let's say quickly on that game that So is torturing Sam, right? I mean, he's set up a position where he's got more space in the center. He's able to go back and forth between the a5 and c6 pawns. You know, he's able to create space for his king in the center. But he has to be careful because black's got resources as well, right? Let's see. Sorry, let me just try and fix this camera. Okay. Oh, we can see bishop g6 from a wonder. So he just backs off from the tactics. So material is going to remain equal on that board with a little nagging edge for Neiman, I guess, but still a complicated position. And Wesley torturing Sevian. I was just going to say that Sevian does have resources as well in that position, right? He's got the idea of like h5 with an outside pass pawn, and there are scenarios where the bishop suddenly comes to life and outplays the knight. So it's not a totally easy one-way street for Wesley here, but he's definitely making Sam squirm a bit over there. And with that, let's get back to the main event, the championship game. So last we saw rook fd1 from Ray, and we saw that g6 had come on the board. Definitely expected the bishop to drop back here and fight for d5 now that this move's not possible, and this move is sort of a sketchy piece sack. And bishop d7 brings this knight on b8 back into the game, which has got to be one of the worst pieces at the moment, right? So bishop e4, that was a very likely move. Queen a7, getting out of the way of the tempo since he couldn't stop that anymore. Knight to d5 from Ray. There was an alternative here in bishop d5, right? That was also a possible move. If we hadn't done our sort of look around at all the boards, we would have had time to discuss this is something that we would have wondered about. You know, do you want to trade the bishops and then try and set up the knight, or do you want to come in with the knight and if they ever take, you know, use your bishops? And is this bishop here solid, or is this an issue, or does it create pressure? You know, who would or wouldn't want these bishops on anymore? I think there's not an obvious answer, so we would have definitely had to look at this. We can say that very likely the move for Jeffrey would have been this knight b6 move. And then this knight never quite lands here, and this knight could go to c4 at some point if things work out. So that may have been the intention. It may have been something that Jeffrey wanted to avoid. So Jeffrey played knight d5, and knight b6 was played defending the bishop on e7, and now we've got some moves coming in fast and furious, and the first move here was a tactical shot. And honestly, we could have sat here for a few minutes and we might not have even noticed that this was a candidate move. Right? But he played the move rook c7 here. Bang in the middle of black's position. So the tactical idea is that if black takes with the rook, which did black take with the rook? Black did take with the rook. I guess there weren't really any other moves to play, right? I mean, if you retreat your queen, Ray just takes everything. So black has to do this. And the point is that we're undefending this rook. He takes here with check, takes back, takes, king g7. That's the position. Now it's Ray to play. And this idea from Ray is really going to hinge on busting through this diagonal with the bishop, right? So if he could play f4 here, surely he would, right? Can he play knight e5, fe5, f4? I mean, he's got to be like in a hurry to bust through with that piece. There's other ways to play the position, but he is going to need that bishop to get into the game. And black's going to have a move knight c4 pretty soon, which is going to shore up black's position. So okay, so what does he have in mind here? If his queen were on a harder hitting square, you know, if you had a move like queen c5 hitting e5 in the rook, or queen g5, right, then I could totally see knight takes, pawn takes, followed by queen, or queen, or queen. We can get her in here. That's what I like about the c5 square, right? I know the rook's defended, but you can play bishop e5, rook e5, and get your queen in some cases, right? So has to be very careful. Gee. I mean, it looks like knight takes e5 is the main move, and it also looks like it shouldn't work. What do you all think? I don't see how we break through before this knight comes here. Knight d2 maybe. How does white even apply pressure, somebody wonders. There is this move knight h4, which applies some pressure. The point of this move is to play queen g4 and then knight f5 mate. So my first question would be, what if we try and get this rook out? That looks fine for black. To give you a sense of the search for candidate moves and ideas, I was just considering knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, and then rook takes, queen b2. Trying to get my queen to fight for e5 faster from e2, right? Like a way to get her impact faster. And knight c4, I think, refutes it pretty obviously, but still gives some sense of how I think about chess. To consider that variation. Does g4 lose? That's a good question. g4, trying to crack the structure. Knight c4 and queen c7 are going to be candidate moves every time. g5. I don't think we can afford to be too precious about this bishop. We need to make sure we break these squares, you know? If they trade the outposted knight for the bishop, so be it, right? Actually, maybe we don't need to be so hasty to throw in the check. I think black's solid here. I don't see that causing any major problems. Though I haven't found any other move that does, right? I have yet to suggest a move that's big problems for black. Yeah, queen c2 I see suggested in chat. That's a normal, clean, simple move for Ray. Notably now 15 minutes down on the clock, so struggling a little bit with his follow-up on this move, rook c7. I don't know that he needed to play rook c7 in any way. It was fancy. Was it anywhere near needed? What were his options at this point? Knight b6, queen b6 doesn't lead much of anywhere. Yeah, okay, black looks like they were sort of solid here, right? Bleeder, I think that Carlsen's games are quite interesting. The most interesting. But maybe that's just me. I don't remember many games anymore because I'm getting older, but I definitely remember a lot of ideas from Magnus's games. I also remember some ideas from Hans's games. But yeah, I think Magnus plays the best chess and also very interesting chess. Both. That's right. Perrine Bear, I think that's completely true. Basically, by definition, whoever's the greatest chess player in the world must be doing something interesting, yeah. Okay, well, I don't see anything else especially great that Ray should have done, but as we can see, he's just chosen to retreat the rook from d8, so that says he's not crushing black here by any means. I'm surprised to see the retreat as well, because I thought maybe black could force him out, but I didn't think black could trap him, so I thought he would, make black do the forcing. But he's just played rook d1. Maybe he just wants to, salvage a draw, at least at this point, and just play correctly? Or does he have... I mean, he does have the bishop here. He can just keep playing forever. Maybe there's some ways. But I feel like this bishop can easily get outplayed by this pawn chain. And once a knight lands here... I think there's strategic danger for both players. Knight c4 just wins a pawn. Knight c4 doesn't even threaten a pawn as far as I can tell. So how would it win a pawn? Well, I mean, also, Pesky, you're not actually threatening anything. The bishop's defended. So... But this knight needs some help. Something needs to be done about this knight. That's a real problem. Bigger than the bishop. To me. Because it's stopping you from solving your bishop with this move. Yeah, maybe knight d2 at some point here from Ray. I'm gonna have to grab a snack, because I haven't had any food today, and I have to get my kids soon. So if I don't snack on stream, I won't be eating until tonight. Do you prefer a big Ray board or all the boards? What's better, like here or here? So I'm probably gonna take like 2 or 3 minutes to find something. The Hans board, all of them. Cool, sounds good. All right, I'll be back as fast as I can. right, chat. Remind me to check on the microwave in a couple minutes. I don't want to just leave that there for an hour and never eat. You guys are talking about the loogie. Okay. All right. So let's see. Queen c7 was played in our main game. Queen c7. More circumspect than just plopping the knight on c4. Oh my God. Here comes Ray once again with g4. h6. So if he plays h4, I think Jeffrey's going to try and just block every dark square. But if Ray doesn't have a follow-up, then throwing in g4, h6 is bad for Ray. It just makes things better for Jeffrey. Uh-oh. Oh, Seth, all my favorite players are... I mean, all my favorite people are, you know, CEOs and dictators and presidents. Chess players are really an afterthought. It's just that you normally see me talking about chess. As Pumpkin says, yeah. If somebody who's known to be just a dishonest person talks, you can just ignore their words. It's kind of pointless. The situation is getting dangerous for Ray because Jeffrey was ready for this move, and Ray really needs to bring something hot right here, or he's just hurting himself with g4. That was like a super... That was a super, super, super committal move. You got to be ready to crack the opponent once you've played that move. You have to follow it up. Oh my goodness. Are checkers players more interesting than chess? No. But Go is a better game than chess. We're only watching the second best game that I know of here. Favorite player already, yeah. Really hope I've got enough calories to go back up and down the stairs one more time. Because I didn't get anything for my trouble just yet. Thanks, Alai. Of course, Exquisite. I've also not gotten good at Go on purpose for some of my own reasons. But yeah, if you get into Go and it's like 1,000 times harder to understand than chess, it'll be a long time before you come out. And I would say just from the fact that Ivanchuk shows such interest in checkers, checkers must be more interesting than I long ago thought it was. Okay. So the ball is still in Ray's court. Oh. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. I love Jeffrey Xiong. I've got nothing against him. But I would like to see Robson win the US Championships, right? So I'm rooting for Ray right now, and it's tough to see it not going swimmingly at the moment. He was playing a heck of a game, but just didn't quite have the juice. He came in with knight d5 and rook c7, and it just didn't have the juice to finish the game, and now he's just got to keep playing the whole game from here, but I don't think g4 is going well for him, and he's starting to get low on the clock, and ugh. Yeah, I want Jeffrey back over 2,700 for sure. Yeah, shogi is really hard. Dariush is struggling, fighting, throwing punches at Chris Yu in a tough situation with 1 minute on the clock. Admirable and scary for him. Wesley is still turning the screws against Sevian. Lenderman and Morad Yabadi, I don't have enough time to evaluate their struggle. It's strategic as well. A Wonder played a positional pawn sack that he's probably not worse after the pawn sack. Might be better. I don't know if Alshon is okay or not. I think his position looks plausible. Eeyore is a fan of Fabi. Nothing not to like in Fabi. Cool. As you guys may know, or have figured out over the course of these 2 weeks, I'm a fan of most of these players, or a lot of these players. But with some of them, it's stronger than with others. And so I definitely, unabashedly support those who I would like to see win. Generally, it's some combination of being the players who are the nicest or the players who I know best. Yeah, a lot of them I know personally, so that can play into it. Yeah, Hans is obviously like a complicated case. In general, I don't like cheaters or dishonest people. I don't know exactly to what extent he's cheated, but like probably enough that I can't really root for him. Am I a fan of Magnus or Hikaru? I'm a fan of Magnus. For sure. Big fan. Follow all his games. Always have. Hikaru the chess player, Hikaru the person, Hikaru the streamer. All possibly different questions. The last couple times that I met Hikaru, he was really friendly and cordial, which caught me a little bit by surprise at first, but Shanky also tells me that Hikaru has become friendlier and friendlier. So, I mean, when I was younger, so here's why it's more complicated with Hikaru than like with Magnus or someone else. When we were younger, Hikaru was like a rival for me. He was like the kind of person that I stayed up at night trying to think of how I was going to beat him. So, Sevian trying to fight back. Interesting move against Wesley. Let's go bird's eye for a second so you guys can see just how much tension there is here. Hikaru definitely was a jerk back then, so it was like I really wanted to beat him. Ideally he's grown past that, and I'm fine with everyone growing past things, like cheaters too. They're welcome to grow past what they were before and become great people. All right, so here you've got all the boards. See this move from Sevian G5, trying to get that bishop on C7 alive. Wesley's previous move was E4, E5, I think. And if Sevian had let Wesley also play G4, G5, so G5, F4, E5 for white, then that bishop might have never been able to break out of that structure. You can't make a pass pawn with the h pawn. That would be a whole lot of torture. So I think he maybe more or less had to do this, and it looks like a pretty reasonable move. If you look up Schwiertz against Chris Yu, you can see that black's like up maybe 2 pawns. Oh, but the knight on e3 is hanging right after this check. What does Chris have planned here? I guess he's got queen takes c5 if white plays rook e3, right? Anyway, that one's messy. You see Dariush played his last move with 6 seconds on the clock, so he's like fighting like crazy. Fabi, I don't know personally, but he comes off well in all his interviews and everything, right? Yeah, it's also nice to have a variety of personalities among chess players, absolutely. Morad Yabadi challenging the knight on c5 with b4. If this knight has to, go home permanently, then Morad Yabadi will have a small edge, as people were wondering if he might have some good chance in this game. And you can see a Wonder's got a bunch of dream positions. Hans anchors the queen on d5. The big threat from black, I think, is knight takes c4. So that's what Hans needs to take care of here. Let's check on the microwave again. U.S. Women's Championship is also being contested right now, final round, and I imagine it's a bloody situation, and often this tournament we've seen games going longer in the U.S. Women's Championships this year. I don't feel like that was the case in past years, so this may not be decided for a long time, but we've got a head-to-head between Cervantes and Yu, who are both half a point behind Irina Krush. And she's playing her million-time rival Zatonsky in the final round. Wow, what a matchup. It looks like she's playing slightly solidly, but somewhat safely. She'll know that if she draws, it's likely one of the other two catches her. Looks like Jennifer Yu's got a really good game so far. Yeah, I feel like I can see winning plans for black. But I would be happy to see any of these people win. Irina's just given everything, her whole life to chess. She's fantastic, and sometimes I root for like fresh blood, new people. I would be so excited to see Ray win the championship, but I also enjoy like a champion who spans, generations and racks up epic numbers of wins, So if Irina, who's won the U.S. Championship 8 times, if she could keep adding to that, yeah, I would think that would be really cool. But also Jennifer Yu and Talia Cervantes have played so well this tournament. If either of them won, they'd be a deserving victor. And I'm sure Irina's determined to win today, and that gives her the edge. She's just so determined, so tough in games that she really needs. But I'm sure that within a day or two, in hindsight, she would recognize that Talia and Jennifer both like played their hearts out and were reasonable, would be reasonable champions for this tournament. I hear you, R.D. Born. That is, yeah, if you think about it from that perspective, that can be somewhat maddening. Right, Federer and Nadal. It's like normally we root for new prodigies, but at some point you're just like, I want to see how long Federer and Nadal can keep winning or something like that, right? So this looks pretty exciting. There is a chance of a tie. Irina's game is still within the range of a draw very reasonably, and then I would see Jennifer winning the game against Talia Cervantes, putting a 5-game winning streak to bed. Whoops, sorry. Okay, there are the boards. I meant to just switch over this way. And so we have Dariusz Świercz has resigned against Chris Yu. Yeah, rook f3 is a nice move, Exquisite Corpse, because it prevents white from ever sacking a pawn with f3, trying to gain some space for the king on g1, trying to undermine the knight on d3. I was thinking that Jennifer might play g4, but then you have to reckon with h3, trying to trade a pawn for some luft, and yeah, I think rook f3 was actually like the cleanest way to play this position, probably. It still leaves her the plan of h5, h4 with the pawn on g5. It leaves her time to improve the king. I think it's just great. And Jennifer's pulled out a lot of endgames so far this tournament, right? So if this game is really close all the way to the end, I would believe that she can pull it out. Oops, what's that? c6 pawn. We're busy praising her while she may have just given Talia a big chance, actually. What's the plan here? Yeah, Abdusadarov, fantastic player, RD born. Everybody should be. We should get some interviews with him and learn some more about him and follow more of his tournaments, yeah. Oh my goodness. I could have grabbed like a protein bar or something, and instead I took that extra step of microwaving some curry. Paying off now. My gratitude and compliments once again to the chefs who made this. So good. Oh my gosh, look at Sophie's position against Eswaran. I think Sophie could notch another win today, right? That's a massive pawn on d6. Bishop on c7. Weak dark squares around the black king. Yeah. Yeah, Sophie. That's a good position. And maybe queen b7 could end the game too. Oh, no, it doesn't. That would be great. If they could finish on a win here, that would be great, great, great. Yeah, Scotty, I wanted you to take the curry home with you, but there was just so much going on. But I'm benefiting from it anyway, in the end. Man, these positions are intense. We finally got Lee versus Lee here. And that's crazy. You see Alice's king on g1. Looking pretty open, but menacing bishop pair. Weird pawn structure. I'm going to believe in black's extra pawn, actually, here. And, the plan of tripling on the h-file being pretty good. White's rooks are not active yet for Alice. So I think Megan Lee's going to beat her with black in this last round here. Tohir Genova just played g5. Oh, my lord. These are some wild final round games here. Wild. Paikidze Abrahamian is wild. Oh, man. Far more interesting than the games in the U.S. championships. Actually. Far more interesting. Good tournament for Chris Yu, right? We can say as he wins this game against Schwierz. Maybe we should check like real quick how that game ended for fun. Go here, bring that up. So, let's see. Back up a few moves. So, yeah, so he managed to just keep that extra pawn, right? Chris is just up a pawn, and white comes in, takes. And yeah, he's got rook e3 coming. This is where I thought it looked like, yeah, probably Dariush was about to lose a second pawn in the game, right? He was down to a minute here. He fought with this move, check, hitting the knight, king f8. Wow, bravely coming out, avoiding any back ranks. And e6 is covered by the queen and rook. If this knight retreats, there's checkmate on g2. Oh, so this was all very, very forcing. He's got this. Queen defends the rook, but then just b4. Game over. Oh, this would have been the trick for white. Like queen takes, rook takes. You still lose the rook and pawn ending. Probably, but king f2, there's f4. So this was just dead. Pretty fantastic game by Chris today, right? Just played a normal opening and then just played like a 2600 to 2800 GM. I'm really, really strong. I wasn't watching it so closely. That's why I give him a range, but it looked like a flawless win with black against a really, really strong opponent. What a way to go for Chris. What a way to go. Yeah. Yeah, so Chris takes that one down. Championship match here for Ray Robson. He played rook d1. Okay. g4, h6. He played rook c1, queen d6, rook d1, queen c7, rook c1, queen d6. So Jeffrey's saying, like, I'm just trying to hold. I'm not trying to, like... I don't have a plus. I'm just trying to hold. But that might be a sneaky way to be like, you need to win the tournament. Now overpress and lose to me. Right? If Ray loses, he'll tie for second with Dominguez. If he draws, he'll get sole second. And it's probably like a $10,000 difference in prizes. If Ray wins, he'll be tied, Tricky Gangsta. If he wins, he'll be tied with Caruana at 8.5. So I think that we right now have a 3-result game on our hands here in this game. Like either player could win or lose it. Oh, I think what Ray was like gunning for in this position was some like knight h4 at some point. That's what he wants to do with queen on c2. If you can threaten this square, you know, when g5 generally can't be played, that could be the weak spot to poke at. But right now, it doesn't really do it because you get pulled off this way. Still, that could be a move to consider. Yeah, winning the U.S. Championship is worth a lot more than $10,000. There's no way that Ray was going to take a draw here. I mean, remember also, this is his dream. We're not just talking about money and rating points and titles. This is the dream. Rook d1 played. Okay. So, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Something with the internet blipped. So let's see. Have I missed any moves here? Rook d1. I'm going to refresh this board here in case. But yeah, they would get more time at move 40. But overall, you know, it's only 30 more minutes. It's not a ton, you know, and they both get it. And it's this game potentially is going to stay tense for a long time. So it's not clear, you know, how much either player benefits from getting to move 40 compared to the other player, right? So I don't know if the repetitions are favoring Ray or Jeffrey particularly. If they tie, they should be either declared co-champions or play a classical match with each other. That would be fun to see. A U.S. championship match. To bring Rapid into this beautiful thing that we've had for 2 weeks is just silly. Has, you know, nothing to do with it. So why bother? It doesn't really like tell you anything of any use. So I don't know. Jeffrey thinking a long time about this. Is there some important decision here for black? Previously you would have just played queen c7, right? Without too much thought. Is there anything weird going on there? Any problem with that move? I guess bishop a1 could maybe be played. I have knight a3 or knight anywhere. Would probably be good for white. So that could be a reason to think before going queen c7. He's thinking a really long time. Seth is just reporting something. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm not blaming you for the rules, Seth, in any way. And I'm not even blaming anyone for the rules. I'm not fired up. I'm just saying, like, yeah, pointless. But okay. Or no well, but okay. Queen b6, on the other hand, might threaten knight e3. Similar to white's knight e5, right? Breakthrough on the weak diagonal with the sack. Okay, queen c7 was played. Now, yeah, it took me a moment, Michiko, but I finally figured it out. I was like, did I say something about, like, black's position or playing black or something? No. Colors, like shirts. So the knight sort of can't move anywhere because of queen takes, rook takes, knight e5, I think. So white could play bishop a1 here, for example. We had a suggestion in chat of knight h2. Then I think black trades. to take the queen off of the g6 square. But does that even matter? Maybe not really. White will just play, you know, rook c1, queen c2 again in a moment. So it will still bother black. So yeah, that's a reasonable suggestion from chat. Knight h4. I think that could be played here, possibly. This is the position, right? Oh, it's been played. It's been played while I was looking at my analysis board. I didn't hear the click. Okay, very reasonable. Ray's not being too precious about this bishop. It's like, some people are like, oh, my bishop pair, but it's like your opponent's like killing the bishop on purpose, right? So it's, you know, are you busting it out or are you using it? So he's just saying whatever. I mean, it's just a piece trade. If you ever take it, you take it. And the game goes on with knight and bishop against knight and bishop. So he's hurting this. No g5, knight f5. Is he threatening to take, though? Like if black played, you know, knight here or something like that, can he then take? Well, now he can because the queen's not defended, right? So now he can go takes. And black's dead. Okay, let's try something else. Let's try bringing the knight to c6. Can he take here? Answer is again yes. If knight b2, bishop takes f7. And if black recaptures, then of course he can take the knight. And if the knight continues its rampage, this is mate in 2. Queen g8. So I think the conclusion is Ray is threatening bishop takes g6 here. Because that quickly escalates from being like one pawn up to being like you're threatening checkmate. So black can't do some long capture fights with you. I like your plan, Seth. That's a cool plan. Cool plan. Where's the b8 knight ever going? It's a good question, yeah? Yeah, Exquisite Corpse is on the same question, you know. All she wants to do is move this knight somewhere for black. But where and how, and bishop takes g6 must be answered. Has Jeffrey found something just yet? No, 8 minutes left. I would love to see Ray win before I have to go, but as long as he wins, I'll still take that over me having to go and then him not winning. Or even me staying here and seeing him not win. Knight d7 to f8. Yeah, if you could do that in one move right here, that would be fantastic. But it's black's move. And Ray's threatening bishop takes g6 in one move. You could maybe take once, right? Then start moving the knight. If we want to get Abu Albanat's idea to work, trade and then start sending the knight. Yeah, then here, 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 and the knight reaches it. One other question though. Here, this is the only square. Here, knight f8. Does it hold together for Jeffrey? I think it just barely does. Well, actually, you just take off the A pawn and then just keep playing. Black's pretty passive. They're down a pawn. There's no counterattack. Huh. Does White have an advantage? Does Ray have an advantage in this position? Is there a tangible advantage on this board rather than just some maneuvering back and forth? All right, knight trade happens and then rook here. I considered this move too. So here the idea is going to be like here, 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 and then maybe queen d2. And bishop g6. It's hard to get out of the C file there, right? Yeah, it never occurred to me, Exquisite, that Ray might be better throughout this phase. I just thought it was kind of like back into kind of equal back and forth. The percentage chance that Hans is a future world champion. If he's never cheated OTB, then it's about 10 to 15%. Okay, queen d8 is played instead. Time is definitely tight for a move or two here. So rook d7 plays rook here, queen here. And now there's queen b1 as well as queen c2. I know I said queen c2 before, but this move was always possible as well, right? If you want to avoid queen trades. Like against queen d6, from here this move might improve on the variation that I first showed you all, right? So maybe with queen d8, maybe Jeffrey's preparing to play g5 here and let the knight in without hanging a queen or a rook to a fork. Maybe that's what's coming. Ray's thinking after queen d8, but I mean queen c2 and queen b1 are the obvious moves, and I don't see a lot of defenses for black after them, right? He's going to play f5? Thanks, Aparititos. Plan is like this. Oh my goodness. Resourceful. Complicated. I mean, this move's okay. He's played queen b1, by the way. Live. So king can't go to one of these squares, probably because of some knight discovered check. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but you would think you would go like here or something. Oh, I could take the third pawn. Idea queen h7. Maybe we should just bring the king here to defend the pawn and say, whatever, discovered checks, whatever. But C... Oof. I was going to say, but C, it's risky to have this lined up like this, but there's this move. F5 played. F5 played. Oh my goodness. It couldn't get any more dramatic, this situation. They had to make this choice 2 moves before move 40. It might have been a different story if they were at move 40 when this happened. Oh, if bishop f5, you take here first. But then you're giving up this material over here, right? Black's still solid, you say. But... oh, because you got this move. And white can't take the knight because of here. Otherwise, you know, you're doing something like this. Queen b3. You know. Or bishop e6, queen d3. It looks bad for black, I would say. But, yeah, I think you can do this as black because you've got this move right here. Yikes. Okay, we're right here. I think Ray's going to sack a piece in a moment, right? So we're just waiting to see exactly where and how. Knight on b8. Yeah, JD Cook, we would prefer we would prefer that you or anyone else not post a computer evaluation or variation here during this game. It would like take all the drama and excitement here and just stick a pin in it for us. So let's see, 7 minutes each, 2 moves to go. The knight sack can be played as well. Absolutely. That is possible. Yeah. Oh, do you, Aparatitos? I couldn't see how to make this move work at all. I got here and just didn't really see the point for white. Now, everything is plausible, because look at that knight on b8, you know, but it's really hard to find what's right here. It's very confusing. Oh, I'm just realizing, no, again, rook c8 fails to rook d1, I think. Here's another tactical theme in this position, which is the idea of like rook c8 going after this knight, but rook d1 should always win for black. More or less. Not a 100% guaranteed win, but probably. I cannot really look at Hans's game until these two make it to move 40. You know, we've got a piece being sacked by Ray Robson as he tries to fulfill his lifelong dream and goal of becoming U.S. champion. Takes by bishop. I think queen h4 is what we're going to see, actually, as suggested by Abu. So I guess I'm thinking that takes is going to happen, bringing the knight off of a bad position, and then white's actually going to spend a move defending h3 instead of attacking. Like here, maybe. So that's kind of what I'm expecting here right now. GF5 looks really, really dangerous, but it might also be playable. Against bishop d5 in this position, you do have e4 for white as one option. You probably also have f3. So, I mean, we'll get a continuing game, right? Two minor pieces and a pawn, two minor pieces against a rook and a pawn. It's not going to be over in a flash, as far as I can tell. Queen h4 just played. He's got to take the rook, right? No other candidate moves. Right, and then king g2. Yeah, I think we'll get here. Trade in. This is riveting stuff. King g2 is the only move, or is there something else? I don't like king h2, queen f2. They just hit move 40, yeah. Queen d3, another candidate move. Yeah, okay. Yes, Kalufed. The U.S. Women's Championships could also easily end in a tie today. Well, if Irina wins, there won't be a tiebreak in the women's. If Irina draws, then either you or Cervantes would get into a playoff by winning. Yeah. So now we're at move 40. Robson might think for a second. We could take stock of the other positions that we have as well here. Even in both sections for a moment. So, Wesley So against Sevian. Wesley won a pawn. But you can see the bishop on g7 has gotten scope. The rook on g4 has gotten scope. And white can't move a whole lot. For example, if the knight on b3 moves, black plays rook d4 checkmate. Right, see that? Rook d4 checkmate. So that knight can't really move. Makes it a little bit hard for white. You know, one idea is to push your a pawn, but the black king's there to catch the a pawn as it comes down, and also then it leaves the knight undefended. So I see Sevian still holding this endgame against Wesley. Yeah. And then you've got this endgame for Neiman Liang. First blush, rook and 3 against rook and 3 feels draw-ish. I wonder probably hit move 40 and the computer's not showing the added 30 minutes, but he should have had 30 minutes added to his clock, I would guess. Nobody actually flags with a 30-second increment at a tournament like this, you know. Professionals and all that. And 13 rounds into a tournament, they know the time control pretty clearly. Yeah, Ray's still got a 3-result position, you know, is not established an advantage or anything. It's been epic. It's been completely epic. The game. But that is, of course, just, you know, of interest for us and something for Ray to consider and analyze later on when he's thinking about, you know, what openings and what positions he's liking that he's getting and stuff like that. But as far as winning today, that's all he's got to do now. Takya's, it just means there's a problem with the timer. If somebody did lose on time, it would mean the match is complete, and the person who ran out of time would lose. I don't know if Queen B1 was simply a bad move. Oh, because of F5. Yeah, I feel like Queen B1 was probably not right because this trade that he went in for after F5 was not favorable. I wonder if he overlooked F5 when playing Queen B1. It's possible. Actually, a wonder still stands to get a lot of money if he can somehow win this endgame against Hans. A wonder and Neiman are both within range of like Robson and Dominguez. Yeah, I mean, if you want to know what he should have done before Queen B1, that's an interesting thing to look into. We would have to get the analysis board up. What can Liang do in his position? Like, does he have winning chances? If he goes rook f2, b2, white plays rook b3, that looks solid. If he goes rook b1... If he goes rook b1, that seems to force king to g4. I think that's what Liang should play here. Rook to b1. Force king g4, and then maybe run the king to like f7, e6, centralize the black king. Go down the board and attack white's rook while the pawn is still on b3, not b2. It might be something for a wonder still. This chess is very real, Lad Baymon. This chess is very real. Okay, so that's all the boards over here in the U.S. Championship. Let's check out the U.S. Women's Championship for a moment here. Irina Krush has clarified a pleasant little advantage. And the one question is, if she plays queen d4, does she have enough to win that endgame? Not 100% clear. And the other question is, can she sneak in h5 here? So if she could sneak in h5 and then h6, That's another terror point for black. If queen d4, black would have to go queen d4, rook d7 to avoid e4 winning. Or could they go king b6, e4, king c5? Could. Yeah. Okay, so queen d4, black could just trade and play king b6, king c5. It's not clear. It's not clear. Lots going on here. Well, let's just say Zatonsky hasn't lost yet, but Irina has a very safe position. Like the chances of losing for white have gone down very close to 0. And the winning chances are still pretty significant. So things are looking pretty good for Irina overall. Then we've got Cervantes and you, and the position still looks good for Jennifer. Up to this point, I think. You're right, Apparatitos, that if white went for queen d4, maybe just trading and playing rook c8 right away for black, giving up the d5 pawn, playing rook c2. Maybe that could be the ticket. I've calculated a line in the rook and pawn ending where white sort of stays up a pawn, but tons of pawns get traded. And it looks like it's well within the range of a draw for black. So I think that's a very good instinct by you. So that said, queen e5 from Irina makes sense. Keeping all the tension for the moment. I think she's trying to play h5 next move, probably. The issue with playing h5 last move for white was that black might take it, and you don't obviously win your pawn back immediately. Or while you do, you allow black to play d4 maybe. So. Okay, so Jennifer Yu still looks like she's winning. Sophie, I'm not sure. Rochelle is winning against Foizor. Alice Lee is losing to Megan Lee, as I expected. And Tohir Genova's game looks pretty close to equal. Paikidze and Abrahamian looks like a win for Tatev, probably, to close the thing out. E4 for white. Sebrahen's asking, I think, in the Irina Crush game, instead of queen e5, if white had played e4. Probably black could have responded with d4, just pushing the pawn past. That's why normally when you want to beat up on this kind of isolated queen pawn here, first you have to blockade the d4 square. You put a queen or a rook on that square so the pawn can't move, and then you play e4 if there's a pin. Sophie just played f4, so that means that rook b7, king e7, rook b8, king c8 wasn't clear, right? They're trying to first get a path for the king, probably, through f2, f3, f4. Like, you'd be expecting e takes f4, and then maybe king f2, king e7, king f3, king d7, king f4, rook takes c7, rook takes, king takes, king e5, king d7, king f6, king e8, king g7, king e7, king takes h7, king e6, king g7, that kind of thing. So trying to win by making a route for the king to get in. Looks like I've got an extra 15 minutes. Maybe I will get to catch some of it. Oh, sorry. Should we take it to a board? Okay. Oh, and e takes f4 has been played. So here's the thing. If you go here, 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 the king makes it over and stops you from queening, right? And then the king handles things. Right? So f4 is played first. I don't know if you're wrong or not, Seth. But I guess... Okay, well, let's try and see why you might be wrong. We'll try king f2 here, king here, here, and then f4. Is there anything wrong with that? I guess that if black plays f6, takes, you might have wanted to go this way. So now you have to go to e3 because f3 had a pawn of yours on it. So now you come here, 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 here. Now you need to break through with this pawn. Looks like you won anyway. That looks like GG. Game over. King g4. Maybe black can go this way now. And this might be complicated, right? And that's because we had to lose one tempo on king e3 to f3. So in the game, f4, if black played f6, black took on f4, but if black plays f6, you go takes, here, 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 here. And you're coming too soon. Rook takes, king here, boom. And they're stuck. That's the difference. Does that make sense, Seth? Why that was the difference and how it, like, in words and in variations, how those match up? I don't think you particularly lose anything by playing king f2, king e7, but now you would have to play f4. Now king e3 is too slow. Now you'd have to play f4. And then, you know, there's f6, trades, and king. Or there's ef4, king. Which is, like, that's the kind of variation we're going to see in the game. Is something like king e7, king f3, g5, king g4, you know, f6, king f5. That's sort of like what Sophie's got in mind here. I don't see the advantage of her order versus playing king f2 and then f4 the next move, unless it would be maybe g5 for the opponent, stopping the pawn break. This might change things in a bad way for her, but in general, them, but in general, you would guess that this would still be enough for white to win. Like, there would still be a way in for the king. Oh, is that right, Max? Let me see. King f2, king e7, king e3 here, f4, f6. King d3, rook takes, king here, and now you need to win the Tempe war. And g4 will do it, huh? Resigns. No, G5. Uh-oh, hang on. All right, it's not as easy. H4, H5 wins. H4, H6, G4 wins. H4, okay. H6, G4, H5, G3. Okay. That wins. Resigns. Good call. You're correct, Max. Maybe there's some kind of hope in this move. Nah, this should still be winning for white. With the king getting to d5, even in the rook and pawn endgame. It's not that crazy. That's the normal thing that you play chess for, is to calculate a couple variations like that. It's all very reasonable. Take it home, Soph. Let's finish off this first U.S. Women's Championship with a win. Show them you belong. King e7, king f3. Black could not try to take this pawn, try and just sit here with the king here, h6, and just try to hold. It's not fully guaranteed. It's not wrong to always look at sacrifices. I mean, it may cost you some time on the clock, but you can look at sacrifices if it's fun for you. You have to know when to give up on a variation, though, and move on to something else, right? And I guess the type of position. If you were looking at like rook sacks, like rook a8 here, that would be unrealistic in a single rook endgame. And we came up with the same example. Yeah. Okay, so back to the bird's eye. See, Foizor losing. Yeah, Rochelle's really close to finishing it off. The rooks have broken black's position. There's a pass pawn coming in on the A file. Alice Lee's throwing the H pawn, sort of Hail Mary style. That's completely lost. Tokir and Jan should still be a draw. And Tatev has finished off the 2-knight endgame as predicted. So, yeah. She finishes with 7 and 5, I guess. Decent score, just behind the top 3. Yeah, I don't know, Stamen. I don't have a recollection. Yeah, Tata's probably also matured some, but in her early soul, she was a brawler. Neiman and Liang have drawn while we were watching the other section, and Robson and Jeffrey Robson spent 17 minutes playing one move, King G2, which you can check. It was already on our analysis board. I think Jeffrey hasn't gone into his second time control yet, so he's got another 30 minutes after these 5. I think. But Ray, I think, used all his time. Oh, sorry. You can't see. There, this game. Am I surprised with Kids' performance? No. I didn't have any particular prognostications for the U.S. Women's Championships, and if I make them now, it'll be, a lot more hindsight than foresight. I will say that I, consider Alice Lee to be really talented, and as one of the youngest participants to have a good chance of outperforming her rating, which I think she sort of did, but not by as much as I would have guessed. I think she, I don't even know how great a score she's put up, but she obviously had a couple rough games as well here. Nazi doesn't play very often, so I guess it shouldn't be a surprise if she has a bad tournament. It can happen. Everyone needs to warm up now and then. Yeah, we came up with this in 2 seconds. So for Ray to think about it for 17 minutes means he's not happy with his position, basically, right? It means he was foreseeing a lot of variations he didn't like. He thought of it in 2 seconds as well, right? So, what would you predict for the U.S. Women's Championships? You would know that Irina Krush would be an important competitor, right? She's a professional. It's important to her. You know that she's not going to show up rusty. So you would know that basically Irina will compete for the championships. And then you would suspect, that one or two of the younger players might be underrated and could have a good run or, at least gain rating points. But it was hard to know who's going to compete for the championships, right? It's hard to know. It's important to Tatev. Satansky has won it before, 4 times, but she's not as active now and she's older. And then, Pykidza and Jennifer Yu have each won it before, so sometimes you look for somebody who's won it before to have that heart of a champion as well. And they're younger than Satansky, but it's just all very hard to predict. I don't know who would have predicted Talia, right? I don't know. Is Jennifer's performance a big surprise? Again, since I didn't predict it, I can't really say I can't really compare it with any prediction I would have made. But Jennifer's won the tournament before, so my first guess is not a huge surprise. I haven't watched her games that closely in the past, so I also didn't really exactly know what to expect in terms of her strengths and weaknesses and how she's been playing recently or anything like that. But watching some of her games at this tournament, I was impressed. She seemed really strong to me. Anyway, we'll put H5 on our board here. Jeffrey played this move in just 2 or 3 minutes after Ray thought for 17 minutes on King G2 or 18 minutes on King. No, actually 20 minutes on King G2, I think, because I think he still had 4 or 5 minutes when he made time control. So he thought 20 minutes on King G2, and he's now already thought another 3 minutes about H5. It's not looking good. I guess he's afraid that even if he does this, that he will be ignored. Is this perhaps a fear? And then this move. Threatening mate and hitting the rook. I didn't calculate anything. I'm just reading the time usage. It's like a cheap way to figure out what's going on. You know, you can just see what the players are doing and guess from them what's going on. So takes, and then we can just verify one or two variations, right? Like here, takes, here, here. Oops, right? Here, here, same thing, mate and the rook. Here, same thing, mate and the rook. Coming out here, I guess H2, H1 again. So that, my friends, I say with a heavy heart, that is why Ray has been burning up his clock. That is why Ray has been burning up his clock. He is not going to win the U.S. Championships this year. Damn it. Oh, damn it. He played so well, too. I mean, and you can see that he sort of, like, sees everything, but, you know, he couldn't control everything in this game, had to take some chances. Maybe he missed the F5 move. He sees H5 coming. He's calculated all these lines. You can tell he's in top form. Oh. But sometimes, like, the position just doesn't go your way. You know, you can't predict everything. I was like, Perrine, that's a lot of Mitfühlung. You're really like in there with with Ray. We gave it our all. He played his heart out. I watched every move. Felt every check. You think he's played F3 already, Chess Lover? Yeah, F3 is probably required here. We haven't analyzed it yet, but I mean, our conclusion from what we've already looked at is that this move here is required. Still waiting to see it on my board, but yeah, I guess F3, we'll keep the game going. We got to try not to lose, even if we're not better and we're just in defense. Just got to put it together. Don't run completely out of time, Ray. I would say a little irresponsible to spend 20 plus minutes if this is all pretty forced. Yeah, that's right, Wrath of Gods. The line you mentioned, I considered this as well. Actually, here, hitting the queen. Takes here, but it's not with check. Black takes. And I think you said king F1 in your line. No, king H1, right? I don't know. But if you said this move, you have to watch out for this with checkmate. Or yeah, rook sack. King here, bishop d5 wins. So like king here, you can keep trying to play, but probably it's bad. Took me a moment to find this square, but I think I see it correctly. The queen's covering c8, the knight's covering e8, the bishop's covering diagonal checks, and white gets taken down He's played f3 now at least, but it's showing him with 7 minutes. One option for black now, sorry, let me readjust these. One option for black now is to block off the c file with bishop here after his f3 move. I don't know if it favors black or not, but you could also play trades, bishop d5 to make white throw an e4 and then come here. You can maybe also do it without the trade, but I'm not sure. No, you have to trade first, so this is what you want to do. And, you know, it's, I don't know, it's not over. It's not good. It's definitely not good. There's really, really good chances of black checkmating white. That's basically the danger here. A queen trade would be a saving grace for white. But the king's just really weak. Yeah, it's desirable probably, right, Abu? Probably desirable to make white play e4. But you have to trade first, which is maybe a little bit desirable for white to get the rook on the h file. Because if you do this without the trade, white can play rook c7 instead of stopping queen g4, right? Because then when you take, there's takes and takes. And okay, black gives some checks, but maybe black can actually sack all of this. But that's you gotta be pretty intense to go for this. Here takes. Wherever the king goes, check and take, right? And if the king goes here, check. And then it has to let you take this, and black wins. So white can't take the bishop. That makes an exchange sack, and how do we stop these incursions? Black wins. Oh my god. So black could play bishop d5 here, I think. I mean, obviously we should calculate further to be really, really convinced, or longer, and also I'm feeling tired, but I think that's right. The black can play bishop d5 here, allowing rook c7, and white loses if they take that. So this move would still force e4, I think, without giving up this tension in this file. It's a pretty good idea for black. It's pretty good. Then, when white switches to this file, you could come here and go for a sack. And it might even win, because this king is so weak. But doesn't knight f8 to e6 look nigh crushing? It's like, oof. Oof. H takes g4, queen d5. That's a rook on d5. Oh, sorry, what are you saying? But bishop d5 allows queen d3. Okay, sorry, let me see. So we're saying here, here. Yeah, against this move, we would have to play knight f6. And then this. I'm calculating the sack on g4 here, by the way. Okay, you guys like this first? Yeah, I understand you like to activate the rook, even if it reduces your juice. Okay, let's hide, play e4. Yeah, this is hard to calculate, but it looks scary. Oh, but look at this that I just walked into. That's not very good. So the king has to pick some other square. Yeah, white's got some chances with the rook on c7. I agree. The good news for Ray is that, you know, now Jeffrey has to work pretty hard to try to win this. Oh, man, but we got to go here. I don't get to see it. I'm really sorry, folks. I can't believe we went like 2 weeks and we have to quit half an hour before the finish line. It's stupid, but you see, this is just a part of my life. I'm not really a free man. But you know, such as it was fun to check on these games like this. And let me show you like how strong all these people are still fighting away, right? Oof. Like, look at this. Sevian and So down to like that one last pawn. Fight, fight, fight. Right? Lenderman sinks the knight on d4. Still no idea who has the upper hand in the Moradiabadi-Lenderman game, right? They're just playing chess. Beautiful. Beautiful, you know. Hats off to them. And by the way, my final prediction before I go, Wrath of Gods, I want to predict that Moradiabadi was not like suffering and just wanting the tournament to be over this whole time, like Jesse said. I would say Moradiabadi's enjoying spending the week, the 2 weeks playing chess and being at the U.S. Championship. I really believe in that prediction of mine. I think Alshon's, you know, I think Alshon's playing chess, and you know what's more fun for a chess player than to play chess with good chess players? I don't get the like, oh, it just wants it to be over thing. And here he is playing one more epic game. So that's a great suggestion, yeah. All right, over here, any clarity on the championship? Holy no draws, Batman. Rochelle has won. And I don't know how that black rook got to f8, but Sophie won the last round. Yes, yes, yes. And looking at the remaining games, Jennifer is still in crushing position. Isn't it her move? And she could play e3 here. Oh, e3, king takes rook. An almost brilliant C. I mean, well, I would still say I believe in Jennifer here. And then Irina versus Anna, I believe in Irina. I think Crush is going to make it nine U.S. championships right here. And, of course, Megan Lee is beating Alice Lee. That's been the case throughout this game. And I like the spirit from Yan and Tokyo Genova. Like, obviously drawn endgame, but they're not agreeing to a draw. They're fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. So good on them for moving in circles for a really long time. Love to see that too. So that's everything for me from the 2022 U.S. Championships. Maybe if I get a chance in the next day or so, I'll pop in sometime and just look at the end of one or two of the critical games. Maybe the last round games of Crush and you, and maybe the conclusion of the game between Ray and Jeffrey. But for now, yeah, I'm going to sign out for a little bit. Thanks, everybody. You've been a great crowd throughout, I guess. As far as I know, tomorrow night I'm doing a lesson with Maestro, and on Friday we've got dojo talks with Jesse and Kostya, and on Saturday we've got the October Mega Rapid. So if anybody's been seeing some good moves and feeling sort of amped up and primed to play some good moves yourself, that'll be an important opportunity to do so as we approach the Dojo Club Championships for 2022, which will be played in November and December in a series of matches. The next 2 Saturdays are going to be our last chance to qualify for the Dojo Club Championships. So, is it at 9 a.m. Pacific? That sounds right. Sounds right to me. For the Mega Rapid on Saturday, 9 a.m. Pacific. That's right. Same time for the last chance qualifier on the 29th. All right, so cheers, everybody. I'm going to send you over to St. Louis so you can maybe catch the end of all this. And let's, pray for something surprisingly awesome to happen for Ray in the conclusion of this game. But, Jeffrey's really good. Once he gets a good position like this, a little more clarified, Jeffrey's going to play well here. Cheers, everybody.